Maybe not the best beach in the world, but it's fucking a great beach. Because it gets the sunset. It faces the west. Many beaches face the east, so you don't get the sunset on the beach. And so that makes it a really mystical sunset. And everybody jogs and, is outside at sunset. So it's like the energy at Tel Aviv Beach every night is like incredible.
I was gonna say it'd be pretty cool to like hide behind the bushes and then leap out and wrestle one of those women running at night, but they have cameras everywhere there, so it's probably not gonna work.
Yeah, it is an incredible. They have workout stations.
You saying you'd like to rape a Jew?
What? Disavow.
That's what he said, my friend. You heard it. Like, I've heard Pepe say that he wants to kill hitchhikers, kill them in a van. I've heard Pepe say a lot of homicidal, really sick, twisted shit on this app. He's taking his performative art to the next level. But again, it's not reading a book. And I would listen, none of you, Issa, my friend Pepe, anybody on this app, you can prove that you're not a fool and that you're not stupid instantaneously. You know how? By picking up a smart book and confirming that you can read. If you can read to me something smart, that's like you wrote it. Because now is all there is, my friends. There's no future, there's no past. There's only this thing called the eternal now, which is all important. That's the whole purpose of life, is the moment that you're in, that is the purpose of your life. So if this is how Pepe does his performative art, well, I've heard this show before, and I certainly wouldn't buy a second ticket. I've been to, amazing shows in Hollywood, on the Sunset Strip, at the Comedy Store. I've seen a lot of famous comedians do their routines. And, never buy a ticket for the same guy twice, because it's the same fucking show. The second time around, I was like, fuck. Thank God I'm here with this hot, beautiful blonde from, London. Otherwise, what a waste of money this would have been.
Great.
Fucking tossa. That's what she said to me. Anyways, this is Eliphas Levi. I want to thank you for coming to my morning meditation. This is also a hypnosis, not just a meditation. So take the deepest breath of the day. This is page 124. It is certain that in diluting beyond measure and coagulating suddenly the plastic medium of a subject, it is possible to lose the body from the soul. It is sometimes sufficient to arouse a violent anger or an overmastering fear in anyone, to kill him suddenly. Pepe, this book is right up your alley. The habitual use of magnetism usually puts the subject who abandons himself to it at the mercy of the magnetizer. When communication is well established, and the magnetizer can produce at will slumber, insensibility, catalepsy, and so on, it will only require a little further effort to bring on death. By the way, Pepe, if you Google John Kitover, because of the algorithm, you show up right away. Have you ever seen it? It's a video of you saying, "That fucking bitch." We are about to repeat it because it may be true. Certain persons who doubted both religion and magnetism, of that incredulous class which is ready for all superstitions and all fanaticisms, had persuaded a poor girl to submit to their experiments for a fee. This girl was of an impressionable and nervous nature, fatigued moreover by the excesses of a life which had been more than irregular, while she was already disgusted with existence. They put her to sleep, bade her see, she weeps and struggles. They speak to her of God, she trembles in every limb. "No," said she, "no, he frightens me. I will not look at him. Look at him. I wish it." She opens her eyes. What up, Arizona? She opens her eyes, her pupils expand, she is terrifying. "What do you see?" "I should not know how to say it. Oh, for pity's sake, awaken me." Your mother is my father. You know what the most confusing day is in the ghetto? Father's Day. Wow, Arizona just said, suck my cock, bitch. Thanks, Arizona. As soon as we can find you, I'm sure we'll deport you. No point in keeping you here any longer. Can't wait to get you out of the country. Oh, man, they got a big prison facility in Florida waiting for you. It's called Alligator Island. No, look and say what you see. See a black night in which the whirl sparks of every color around two great ever-rolling eyes. From these eyes leap rays whose spiral whirls fill space. Oh, it hurts me. Wake me. No, look. Where do you wish me to look now? Look into paradise. No, I cannot climb there. The great night pushes me back. I always fall back. Very well then, look into hell. Here the sleep-waker became convulsively agitated. No, no, she cried, sobbing, I will not. I shall be giddy, I should fall. Oh, hold me back, hold me back. No, descend. Would you want me to descend into hell? But it is horrible. No, I will not go there. Go there. Mercy! Go there. It is my will. The features of the sleepwaker become terrible to behold. Her hair stands on end, her wide-opened eyes show only the white. Her breast heaves, and a sort of death rattle escapes from her throat. Go there. It is my will, repeats the magnetizer. I am there, says the unhappy girl between her teeth, falling back exhausted. Then she no longer answers. Her head hangs heavy on her shoulder. Her arms fall idly by her side. They approach her. They touch her. They try to waken her, but it is too late. Crime was accomplished. The woman was dead. My friend, I wanted to tell Issa that, that house that I have, that I had a big room on Iran with Norm. I live streamed. I think it was like 3 hours long. Decent sized room, and I clipped a lot of it. But I think the room only took off because of Issa's, PTR, which she has conditioned people with. That's the one thing is, well, my friend, is like, if you do spend time here, you're actually investing into conditioning people. And so your profile matters, That's why I say get rid of the trash bag and put love in there. And then you'll become love. Maybe you're afraid of love. Maybe you're running away from intelligence. And, there's no better way to quickly change your non-playable character than to just update your profile on my recommendation, Maybe you're a young boy that's never grown up. Maybe you're irascible. Maybe you're like a little kid, my friend, and you don't want to grow up. You want to be a clown house kid, jumping from room to room, listening to every N-word thing. I have another room open called the Motherfucking Book Club, where we books and shit. And I'm going to jump out of that. That's my strength profile. We're going to give you a quick random sample of what I would call fallen society.
New glands release DMT and all that other.
Yeah, look up the limbic system, RJ.
See? Motherfucking limbic! That's a Sora prompt right there. John discovers his limbic system.
The hypothalamus
Oh shit, hypothalamus.
So you know how you got like the synapses gap? I don't
Oh
know.
shit.
I could go there and talk. I don't want to talk in science terms.
The limbic system
You have like a synaptic
and the synaptic gaps.
transmitters that neurotransmitters like little bitty.
See, my friend, how is this stupid? These people are motherfucking geniuses.
So it's like
They was case, they know the words. Synaptic gaps and shit. They describing them synaptic gaps.
So it's like in between there is space. It's just nothing but space.
Space.
So the signals have to go from one to the other. And in order, so the hypothalamus, it controls those signals that you're getting. Like the tell
Hypothalamus.
So you walk in the room and you feel that shit. That's your hypothalamus, like picking up those signals that is being transmitted to your body from the universe.
Woo! Girl, wake it up, man, rising. Woo! Pituitary gland, pineal gland, hypothalamus, and limbic systems. Ooh, I already feel better, baby.
Center for the atomic nervous system.
Atomic nervous system. I'm an atomic bomb. Ooh.
Including body temperature, thirst,
I'm an atomic nuclear reactor.
sex drive, and
I got ejaculate.
responses.
Those the two glands. Can you read the first one again? What's the first one called?
Go on a little bit further, sis, because it says, whoa, the endocrine.
Go ahead, you got it. You got it.
Okay, the endocrine system, it acts as the master regulator, and it's producing, releasing, and hormones that control the pituitary gland, which in turn directs the function of other glands, like the thyroid and adrenal glands. So the pituitary gland, which is your third eye, it directs all the functions to all the other glands. But the homeostasis, the hypothalamus controls the homeostasis, like it controls all the signals that's getting into your body. And then the third eye is what helps, control it. So it's like sending, let me say it in layman terms. So the hypothalamus is like the thing that controls your body. Like the machine that gives your body, like say if you're having a heart attack, you get that machine, pow. So the signals that's going through that controls that's like your hypothalamus. And then once it connects to your central nervous system, your pituitary gland basically tells all the other glands what to do.
It's all a part of the command center, and this is also perspective. Because I first learned this about on my journey of climbing up the ladder. You take the 33 bones, so you go from the coccyx to, is it the atlas or I think it's the atlas.
That's the atlas.
The atlas bone, the top bone. So you get to the medulla oblongata, which that is above it, and then through there is where you connect to the hypothalamus. This is why our brain is split. We have two brains that operates as one, which we say two different hemispheres. Just like there's two hemispheres on the earth, it's something that is two things that is acting as one. That's how I always look at it. So even in the aspect of the third eye, this is what I'm saying. It's a three-part thing. When we hear, that's why I'm like, if they know just about the pineal gland, then they're fully aware. But most people don't speak about the pituitary and the hypothalamus, because those all three have to respond and correspond and operate with one another to have us being properly functioning.
So, what did the Egyptians do with the brain when they were doing the sarcophagus?
See, I can't even remember that right now.
Oh, they went up their nose and pulled out the brain, no?
They took it all out because you don't need it on the other side.
Okay, I get that. But that's where when I guess before the conscious community, before it was compromised, we were learning all these different things, and the fact that the calcification is only the pineal, but if all of the other glands are calcified, then we'll have this issue, and then we still have that battle in our body, which is within the mind, between the left and the right. That's why I've always talked about before being able to sometimes utilize your offhand because it's also exercising the other side of your brain. Because one side of your brain dominates the other. It even comes down to your eyesight. I learned that having astigmatism, it can switch. So sometimes it's like you gotta operate both sides of your body, because it's in the aspect of operating both sides of your brain. Because when you operate both sides of your brain, it's like you are more in control, because a lot of the functions that we do, we're not even aware of the functions unless you are aware of the movements in your body. So there's so many things that you can do with your offhand and do with your dominant hand. And it's like when you start to pay more attention, I can't fold, or I prefer to smoke. Like one random thing, I prefer to smoke my weed in my left hand. I haven't smoked, because that's why I don't know why. It's I don't know. The left side of my body prefers to hold the J.
And that's why they're poisoning the water. That's why when there was all this stuff going on, when they had like trains were like crashing and dumping all that oil into the water. I know it's not off track. I'm telling you, you'll catch on. So the water, the fluoride in the water decalcifies, and like it makes your pineal gland real hard. That's what Hitler was using for his soldiers. It causes us to, it dumbs us down, and it causes us not. It interrupts our fight or flight system, causing us to become like docile, like make us not stand up for yourself and stuff like that. You know, that's how they can control their soldiers by giving them fluoride. So, you know, they sneak it into so many things when you go to the dentist. That's why you always want to tell them, like, don't put no fluoride. It's in your toothpaste too. That's why you're supposed to use like no fluoride-free toothpaste, and also regulate it through breathing. You know, breathing and yoga and exercise, because when you're exercising, you're generating that energy through. You're actually healing yourself every day by moving around. You want to move around as much as possible. That's why they got us on these computers and in the house more, because you know, there's so many things they're using to stop us. They really can't. There's no weapon formed against you will prosper. But the sole of your shoes is stopping you from getting what you're supposed to get from the universe. So they're trying all these things to try to control it, and it'll never work. They'll never be able to. They'll never work. So
your sole of your shoes is stopping you from getting what you want in the universe.
Like there's energy. There's like an energy pool that comes up from the ground, and rubber is a substance that can like stop energy able to get through the sole of your feet. Yes.
So my mother always told me belief kills and belief cures, right? So it depends on how you believe. So does the rubber stop the energy? Yes. But can you just take off your shoes? Yes. It's like,
yeah, that's why I said there's no weapon that could be formed against you that'll prosper. That's why it's important to go outside and put your feet in the grass and stuff like that. So there's always a way around it, absolutely.
Now, can I ask you guys a quick question? Do you guys believe that was the purpose of COVID, to disrupt the Christ conscious that we was actually supposed to? Because a lot of people don't know this. During COVID, we was vibrating. Well, before COVID, we was actually vibrating at a 10th rate, and they don't talk about that. I don't know if anybody knows that. You know, that was something that was actually going on, and I just find it funny. But all of a sudden, that's when COVID came into play.
I'm about to share something with Skate. Read this when you get a chance. To what I'm talking about. It speaks about because remember they had that 6 feet apart thing.
Bro, I brought this up in 2020.
Yes, sir. Talk about.
Yeah, so I dropped that in the chat. That speaks about the electromagnetic field that is in our heart and what our heart does. Yeah, I know we were talking about this, Joe. But also, we were talking about the brain. The brain also has its own electromagnetic field. So if you remember we was talking about that 6 feet apart, separating ourselves so we won't be close. And our electromagnetic, it's like they were sending us a signal or something, and we couldn't be close to each other because it kind of possibly affect the download. And I know it sounds so cliche, we be talking about downloads, but we definitely getting downloads from the universe. Also, in shout out to Pluribus. I know everyone's not a fan, but made my concept. It made it more understandable when they're sending us the aspect of influence, which goes into influenza, which speaks about the positioning of the stars. Just like we're going to have a big star event on the 28th of February, it affects us, and it could bring in a disease, a virus, so on and so forth. So the reason why I brought up the whole heart, and y'all even talking about COVID, we've been checking about the heart, but it's that electromagnetic field in our brain, which is the crown. If you affect the crown, which is like it could be like the most important part of the computer, even a little bit equivalent to the stomach. But if you affect the brain, you can affect the heart and you can affect the stomach.
Yeah, that nigga on point, Ruel, and on Dan. I don't know about the 6 part. I don't know about all that.
You don't know about
Exactly. The whole chapter.
The 16 was a facial recognition that they were doing back then also.
Yeah, it was facial recognition and stuff like that. But I do understand what you're saying, Royal, and how it came out and how it's meant. Because I've been like, that was my whole point of the God gene, me doing research on that. Because once I found out about that, I'm like, damn, so we got a God gene, they trying to suppress it with these goddamn vaccines and try to alter our DNA with graphene oxide and all this other shit that's in the vaccine. And it did. It literally altered people's DNA. It made them the blood was no longer the same after they got the vaccine. It's just the same way I was talking about yesterday with the experiment, the Tuskegee shit. The blood was no longer the same, and shit got fucked up. Just like the COVID vaccine, it fucked up their blood because they know that our blood is actually ancient, and we can actually use our blood to activate the pineal gland, to activate the Christ consciousness.
Well, they need that God gene because that God gene is so shit has that ability to create a whole new universe. Obviously, CERN, they want to create a whole new universe. They want to try to create Bang Theory all over, which was never a Big Bang Theory. That's what we want to create.
Hey, do y'all know what the God gene is called so I can look it up? Or is it something y'all just like?
The X gene, the God gene.
Okay, there's 2 of them. There's the XXX -XX. There's one, and then the second one is AAA, triple O.
Yeah, I think the X gene is more simplified for that, but yes, you don't.
I want to say one is more pure, one is the God gene, and one is, I don't know.
I have seen
I thought it was Shakina. What happened with that?
I seen the Pentagon talking about they were trying to suppress it.
You don't know about Shakina? Oh, all right, what you were doing?
My bad.
I'm fucking with you.
Good. It was the Pentagon talking about how you can, basically go to the God gene. Y'all ain't seen that video?
Nah, so if y'all can put the genes in the chat, because I'm trying to look these up.
If y'all, also look up CERN. If y'all get a chance, look up this company called CERN. It's siphoned through all of the stuff.
We never hear the CERN. I never hear. We
There's a
never
lot
hear
of
that.
that did though. There is something.
Yeah, nah.
You did because you ain't tapped in, boy.
Ain't nobody heard of
I
that.
heard of nothing.
Trolling, he's trolling. We all know about that. He's trolling. Okay.
For the record,
I know. That's why.
real quick, I'm gonna
Right
for the record, Shakina is actually, if memory serves me correct from my days in the church and doing theology thesis and all of that, Shakina stands for or represents the Spirit of God amongst us. So he covers us in his Shakina.
Talk that shit. Talk it though.
Shekinah, it's a form of glory. Well, some people say Shekinah, some people say Shekinah. But yeah,
Right.
Shekinah, Hassan Incorporated. Da-da-da-da-da. We got a Shekinah.
Yeah,
Hold on, I got these numbers for y'all real quick.
Who said that?
Excuse me, on the left over here.
Hold on, put in the chat. All right, it's in the chat.
Excuse me, on the left over here, we have individuals who are religious fundamentalists, religious fanatics, and this is the expression of RT-PCR, real-time PCR expression of the BMAT2 gene. Over here,
We have individuals. So let me complete. So over here we have individuals who are not particularly fundamentalists, not particularly religious, and you can see there's a much reduced expression of this particular gene, the VMAT2 gene. Another evidence that supports our hypothesis for the development of this approach.
What you say here is by starting this virus, we're going to eliminate individuals from going on a manifest and going into a market, blowing up the market.
So our hypothesis is that these are fanatical people, that they have overexpression of the VMAT2 gene, and that by vaccinating them against this, will eliminate this behavior. So we have some very, very remarkable data in this next slide. Here we have two brain scans. These are fMRIs. These are two different individuals with different levels of expression of VMAT2. On top is an individual who's a religious fanatic, and an individual, and we've repeated this numerous times, that has high levels of VMAT2. Now, this individual down here who had low levels of the VMAT2 gene, this individual self-described as not particularly religious. In each case, these individuals were read a religious text. This individual light lit up the right middle frontal gyrus, shown here, and that's a part of the brain that's associated with theory of mind. It's a part of the brain that has to do with intents and beliefs and desires. In contrast, here's an individual who would not particularly self-describe as religious, and when they're read a religious text, what you see is that this part of the brain called the anterior insula lights up. This is a part of the brain that's associated with disgust or displeasure on hearing something.
Are you suggesting I take a CT scan with me when I'm evaluating people?
And I'm not gonna.
People, I go, I want you to be honest. Do you think I'm doing anything wrong here? And I get very emphatic.
So we're gonna help, and I just went, what are we doing? Like, why do we? We don't need to help. We need to actually now try to figure out like Potola and try to get in with her camp, so I can at least start volunteering or doing whatever I could do from the lower 48.
Yeah, but I listen to.
Art and branding.
And brand. You gonna put a trademark there, a copyright on there too?
I like those tattoos that like have the I guess when you like scan it or something.
Okay, this is the John Kitover Book Club. Key of the Mysteries.
They're able to, be in every, they're, I mean, it's
Pretty impressive.
Nothing in the Bible
Read.
prophesies about things, people that you're talking about being
Was that
impossible, right?
Nagu talking about the Jews? Was that
That
you?
is, that is. If you go back to
Okay, look at
Genesis chapter 2,
Look at my PTR. The tall people in this PTR, those are the Jews from before the mudslide and the reset. Those are the actual Jews. And I'm talking about the ones that usurped the true, the identity of the true Jewish people. But these were the ones known as the Jews in the past.
right? But the point I'm trying to make is if you go back to what he was speaking about, you go back to the Bible in Genesis chapter 2, verse 10, when they tell you about the 4 rivers, these are places that are along the ancient Nile. You're not about to tell me that no Europeans was in no domination at any point over the ancient Nile in BC times. Like, make it make sense. Like, what are we talking about here? Like, we actually have to do this. And you sit back and think about it. Noah had 3 children, and one was African. Think about, hey, Brother Mel, now what you think about this, bro? He had 3 children.
No Africa.
And one was African. Now, if you sit back and think about this theory, right? If I had a child with one woman, right? Well, if I say I had multiple children with one woman, how many races do you come out with? But again, it's just weird. It's weird telling.
Everybody down, House members, y'all want to come up and talk? Nathan, Reagan, anybody? Come on up. Let's all talk. What you just said, lady, because
Exactly.
I just told you who I am.
Well, that's the same thing.
No, you know what they say. Like, you gotta say you something. That means you're trying to convince somebody else what you are.
Well, no, it was a question of the room. So I answered the question.
Grand rising to the room.
Give me insight into the mind of the Jew.
You know, Mountain,
let Kaiser go real quick, buddy. Then go ahead, buddy.
Mountain.
They have very good receivers in Lakewood. They're very famous for the
Mountain.
I guess in the United States, they're building one out here.
Mountain.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead. You always have study insight.
I study with somebody from Lakewood. There's some people from Lakewood on this app, in fact. They're considered some of the best scholars in Judaism.
Wow, really?
Yeah, they're very good.
They're mountains of Torah. Mountains of Torah. See, if anybody wants to make anti-Jewish remarks, you're a fool. That means you don't like philosophy, because Jews are the greatest philosophers and storytellers and myth makers, that have ever lived. And obviously, El Normo is not at Mount Sinai receiving the 10 Commandments, being liberated from Egypt right now in 2026. That's obvious. The now is all important. And this app proves that blacks are racist, that whites are racist, that browns are racist, that yellows, purples, blues, they're all racist. The truth of the earth is that you are the secret you are debating. So go within, and within you will find the truth of the earth. I am complete.
You see that? I'm not racist because we called out a lie in history. That makes me racist. I didn't say that Jewish people need to be killed. I didn't say that these are evil people. We're talking about facts of history, and somehow you're going to throw in the word racism?
Yes.
Like, come on, bro. Like, racism?
Yes, sir.
If I'm telling a historical fact, that tells me that I'm being racist?
No, well, it doesn't say we have a
I'm just saying that you evil people, you this, that, and that. Only thing I said was what you said was disgusting. I think that's a derogatory word, and I said, no. Does that make me racist? My name is disgusting? voice.
Well, I just want to say, you're asking me a question. I'll respond to you. The point is that the more you speak, the more you think, and the more you speak, the further from the truth you're going to get. Silence is the secret. Hello?
I just want to know the reason stating the facts of history makes me racist. You don't know that? That's why y'all don't like history. I know what it is.
Yeah, hello?
You've never read a book in your life. That's why they stole our history. So now what would that history? I don't ask a question. I don't know. Is Abraham your descendant?
Hello?
I don't know. How do you steal history, sir? I'm asking you a question. Is Abraham your question? I'm about to show you. I'm about to show you right now. Is Abraham your descendant? You're about to show. How do you steal history? Tell us. I'm about to tell you. Right now. Not here about to show you.
Come on, hell, work with him, buddy. Work with him.
How do you? That's why I asked you.
Hell, please stop it. Let him go.
I'm trying to actually level with it. So ask the question, right? Yes. Now you answer. Go ahead. Okay, what I'm trying to show you is how it happened. So what I'm asking I'm ready. What I'm asking is my point. We'll listen to you. You explain. Okay, well, I'll just make the point then. So, for example, people say that Abraham is, a Jewish descendant. Yeah, he's the first Jew. If you told me you didn't want to speak and answer my question, then let me finish, bro.
Go ahead. This will be painless now. Go ahead, man.
Okay. So, Abraham was a Chaldean. And we know that Chaldeans actually came from the Babylonian order, and those people came from Africa. When they actually did the actual rights on the Sumerian Babylonian culture of people, they came out to the word that described them as the word Sagiga, which means the black-headed people. Now, if you go back to Joshua in the 24th chapter in the Bible, in the 14th verse, it clearly states that these people were in Egypt. Now, if you go back to Abraham's time from the Bible, from what we know of most Bible scholars, give you somewhere around 21 to 2200.
Okay, got 60 seconds. Land your plane.
You cannot show me no European activity in Egypt beyond that time, because in Joshua in the 24th chapter, it doesn't say that Abraham was there. It says Abraham's father, Terah, was there, Abraham's grandfather, Nahor, and their descendants, which came before Europeans. No, they weren't. No, they weren't. Especially not in 2000. Let's stop playing. I'm going on mute.
Perfect. You finally proven your point. Stay on mute, sir. Stay on mute. Stay on mute. You said you're going on mute. Stay on mute. Stay on mute. And when you stay on mute and you no longer talk, that's when the truth finally comes out. See, the truth of the earth is silence. It's not your opinion. And many people on this app, especially in the Talking Apes League, can't determine what the difference is between facts and opinions. The truth is, everything you hear is an opinion, because that's what life is. It's opinion. But the truth is that you're going to die, and that you were born, and that transformation is the real thing that's happening here, which is change, or entropy, you might call it. Entropy has a negative connotation of dissolution. But the truth is, this app is not for fools, and it's not for stupid people. It's for people looking to learn, looking to discover what could be real for them. And the truth is, it's mostly just opinion, but it is a neurolinguistic program. It's a game that we're playing. And unfortunately, the more, you see, you have to mute the truth because it hurts your fragile ego. See, the green bean fascists that run this app.
Buddy, that was not me. Who did that? Talk to God. All right. That was not me. That was not me.
You literally said nothing in the last 5 minutes. You're literally saying nothing right now. You're not saying anything at all. You're saying. All right. So look. So let me show y'all something real quick. Now, hey, Melvin, are you there?
Yeah, dude. What's up?
You see my PTR?
Yeah.
I want to show you what the kings and queens of Egypt look like beyond 1500 BC. Do they look like these are European people to you?
That doesn't look like a European.
No, they're Middle Eastern. And by the way,
They damn sure ain't European.
Abraham from.
When we get into the word Middle Eastern, we get into the word Middle Eastern. Do you see the glory? Hold on.
Abraham is from. Hang on a second. Hang on. Abraham is from Mesopotamia. Mesopotamia is Iraq. Iraq is not in Africa. Israel is not in Africa. They're not. Take a look right now. Take out your magic phone and go look at what people from Iraq look like. For example, hang on. Mesopotamia is Iraq. Iraq is not Africa. Those people are not black. If you doubt me, look at them right now. The famous Iraq person was Saddam Hussein, for example. Not a black man. Iraq is next to Iran. The people of Iran are not black. These countries are in Asia. They are Asiatic people.
That person doesn't look black either, though. Yeah, I was gonna say in that picture.
What's that?
That picture.
I'm trying to get
the concept of blackness did not exist in the ancient world. The concept of blackness is a new concept. Actually, was invented in the 60s. There were no so-called black folks in those days. There are people from African, and they look like America's African-American people because they were brought here in chains they were brought here in chains as servants. Most of the black people of America are from Western Africa. We know where
Can I finish my point? You say a lot of stuff.
I'm almost done. I'll add my thing. They came in chains. They came from West Africa. They are African folks in America. The folks of the Middle East, the folks of Israel, Egypt, the folks of because Egypt is not black, and Mesopotamia is Iraq, and Iraq is not black. And you can
heard you say it already. Can I finish my thought?
They're not black in Egypt.
I got you. We heard you, bro. You going on a little mini rant.
And we heard you, and you're disgusting and ignorant.
I got you. That's fine. I appreciate you. That's fine.
I've been here even more.
Lord, please, for God's sakes, dude.
Like, geez, bro, I thought he was going to end at some point, bro. All right, so listen. No, the reason why I bring this up, right? Now it said in the Bible that Abraham also had a Egyptian son. Remember, there was Isaac.
Ishmael?
Yeah, Ishmael and Isaac. I like my mind is somewhere else for a second. My thing. Thank you, brother.
I guess this is Philosophy House. My friend.
I just had an interesting experience that I know you don't really like to hear personal anecdotes, but I just had an interesting experience that I would love to tell somebody about. Do you want to hear about it? You can say no.
I'm drinking water. What was that? I couldn't hear you. Just go ahead and fucking say it! Say it! Just fucking say it!
Well, I just called. I'm having an issue with my health care, and I have to deal with all this bullshit with the healthcare coverage. I got added to this healthcare. I lost my other healthcare. I had to get the healthcare back. And then I just had an interesting time where I called up the healthcare company here in Maine, and the representative was an African. And I could tell right away that she was very African, and I hated her right away. And I also felt like she was very combative. And she said, I cannot help you unless you tell me the date you were added to main care. What was the date you were added to main care? I said, I don't know. Sometime in January. She said, well, you need to call them, and then they told me back, and they tell me the date. What you need to do today? And then I got frustrated with her, and I hung up.
Mm-hmm.
And then I called back the same number, and I got a different representative. And the representative was an American. And his name was Lewis. And he was very nice, and he helped me right away. And that's the end of my story. He didn't ask, and I said, Lewis, do you need to know the date that I was added to main care? And he said it was probably January 1st. And I was like, yeah, that sounds right. And he was like, yeah, I'll just put that. So that's my story.
It's my story. I'm sticking to it.
How hard is it to just put that? The Africans are of a different.
Maybe you should like change the way you. Maybe you should pretend to be an African. You know, like if you can do a good voice, like pretend. Yeah, I mean that could be the whole thing. Is what maybe just pretend to be a minority from now on, and your life will go smoother. Like just, can you do a Hispanic accent, mi amigo?
Excuse me, sir. I have refried beans.
Because I heard you can convert. You can convert to Mexican. It's a former empire, so you can technically convert to Mexicanism.
That sounds good.
Sí, señor. Hola, mi amigo. Sir, do you speak English? No, señorita. Solo español aquí. Sir, I'm gonna have to transfer this call to somebody who speaks Spanish. Muchas gracias. Okay, this is the next page. This is for YouTube. This is a 60-second clip for YouTube. Take the deepest breath of the day. It was to the public incredulity in the matter of magnetism that the authors of this sacrilegious experiment owed their own immunity from prosecution. The authorities held an inquest, and death was attributed to the rupture of an aneurysm. The body, anyhow, bore no trace of violence. They had it buried, and there was an end of the matter. Here is another anecdote, which we heard from a traveling companion called my friend. Two friends were staying in the same inn and sharing the same room. One of them had a habit of talking in his sleep, and at that time would answer the questions which his comrade put to him. One night he suddenly uttered stifled cries. His companion woke up and asked him, what was the matter? But don't you see, said the sleeper, don't you see that the enormous stone, it is becoming loose from the mountain. It is falling on me. It is going to crush me. Oh, well, get out of its way. Impossible. My feet are caught in brambles that cling ever closer. Ah! Help! Help! There is the great stone coming right upon me. Well, there it is, said the other, laughing, throwing the pillow at his head in order to wake him. A terrible cry, suddenly strangled in his throat, a convulsion, a sigh, then nothing more. The practical joker gets up, pulls his comrade's arm, calls him in his turn. He becomes frightened. He cries out, people come with lights. The unfortunate sleep-waker was dead. Okay, this is the second part. This is page 127, The Key to the Mysteries, Chapter 3, Mysteries of Hallucinations and the Evocation of Spirits. An hallucination is an illusion produced by an irregular movement of the astral light. It is, as we said previously, the admixture of the phenomena of sleep with those waking. Our plastic medium breathes in and out the astral light, or vital soul of the earth, as our body breathes in and out the terrestrial atmosphere. Now, just as in certain places the air is impure and not fit for breathing, in the same way, certain unusual circumstances may make the astral light unwholesome and not assimilable. The air of some places may be too bracing for some people and suit others perfectly. It is exactly the same with the magnetic light. The plastic medium is like a metallic statue, always in a state of fusion. If the mold is defective, it becomes deformed. If the mold breaks, it runs out. The mold of the plastic medium is balanced and polarized vital force. Our body, by means of the nervous system, attracts and retains this fugitive form of light, but local fatigue or partial overexcitement of the apparatus may occasion fluidic deformities. These deformities partially falsify the mirror of the imagination and thus occasion habitual hallucinations to the static type of visionary. The plastic medium, made in the image and likeness of our body, of which it figures every organ in light, has a sight, touch, hearing, smell, and taste which are proper to itself. It may, when it is overexcited, communicate them by vibrations to the nervous apparatus in such a manner that the hallucination is complete. You see, that customer service agent you were on the phone with was just a hallucination of the astral light from Kenya, or from Tanzania, or from Timbuktu, or from Liberia, from Western, Nigeria. Lordy, Lordy, Lordy.
Did I tell you about when I was pulling out from the car? My car was parked on the curb, and I was going to pull out to my left to start driving on the road. It was nighttime. It was raining, and there was this woman who was walking on the road, and I almost hit her with my car, an African woman. And I said, "Oh, I almost hit you with my car." And she said, "Isn't that why you have those mirrors on your car for?"
And I was also involved, in a cult here. And super nice woman.
And her were messaging on Telegram and talking to each other. So she tried to set up Yael, and knowing that Yael would tell people.
This is World Affairs Forum.
And then the problem was she hurt an innocent person that's not on Clubhouse, and now that person is trying to sue her because she's been receiving threats.
And now you know her real name.
Yeah.
So I
said, Buttercup is smart. I mean, she's not. She knows how to play with people.
Yeah. She said her own college and university, actually. Like Buttercup actually said that. That's how the people found out who she actually was. So, is it doxing if you're telling people? Is it?
No. I don't know. I mean, I guess not.
Let the courts decide.
Well, I don't.
There's no laws against it in Canada.
Yeah, there isn't. In the U.S., I mean, U.S. there is, but you know, they're not straightforward.
Well, I would be more concerned about the girl who she pretended to be, which caused like character assassination, like harm towards her character, like that girl. I would be more concerned about what she did to that girl when trying to defend herself.
Yeah, that girl would have a case, actually.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
but the thing is, Bibi, nobody would have known her fake account until Yael shared it with you, and you exposed it. The previous account. We didn't know any of this, right? Yael gave it to you because you're very close to Yael, apparently.
Well, I mean, that's why when I brought up her, you know, her last name, I didn't bring it up the other day, remember? I was like, oh, everybody knows what your name is. And she was kind of stammering. She's like, no, let's discuss that later.
Like, hear me out now. No, hear me out. I'm not saying that it's like you find all the time, 100%. I'm just saying. And like these prestigious black people that you look up through history, see a lot of them in it's like that light skin shit that got them into like doors what black people couldn't get into. I tell you this, black people, like people that look like me, not you, poor, because you light skin. People that look like me. People that look like Mr. Finley.
But then you agree with Red Rum's point that it is about how you look.
No. I'm trying to say the shared experience. Yeah, that's part of it.
Shared living experience.
Is it an important part or an unimportant part? Because
it is an important part. I think
that's the whole thing. Is people always refer back to lived experience, and you ain't got that shared living experience, motherfucker. So you in the out group, bitch. Hello. You don't know our struggle because you ain't had that lived experience.
So what were your opinions on the State of the Union address last night?
Well, I live streamed myself listening to it, and then I wore my Meta glasses and I filming myself listening to it. So you can actually watch my live feedback because there was a lot in there.
Rashid Tlaib and Ilhan Omar, that was quite the show, wasn't it? Like how most of the Democrats, I think it was all the Democrats, they support illegal immigrants rather than Americans.
Well, you missed my anecdote. I just told an anecdote about an illegal immigrant who's helping me, not helping me, helping, not helping.
So you're gonna have to call back, motherfucker.
Yeah, you're gonna have to call me back.
You know what? I don't want to help this motherfucker. I ain't gonna do it. You're gonna have to call back.
I'm on my break.
Next. We don't need all that extra. You know, for some reason I thought today was Sunday. But There's a guy who announced that he's going to run for mayor of Chicago, and Sunday he's giving his like introduction speech at the Irish Center over here where I live, and I'm gonna file to run for mayor, I think next week, but I don't know how people are announcing when the city of Chicago isn't even taking the notice of candidacy forms yet, but it's possible they take it and then you just announce. But
how can you hijack people's attention? You know, we live in this attention economy. How can you send your branding? You know, that's
run for politics. It's a little dangerous to run for politics, like. But yeah, that super normal thing you sent me was really cool. What was it? Super what? I sent it to everybody. I texted everybody that shit because technically this app is just hentai porn. It's like
super normal stimulus.
Yeah, super normal. So this app is just technically super normal stimulus or super stimulus is what it is. Like Pepe is super stimulus. I am super stimulus. My friend is super stimulus, and Zen is super stimulus.
I get a huge dopamine hit from my friend.
Wow, what a compliment. That is very nice of you to say. That's a good compliment in the modern world, I think. You give me dopamine. I get a dopamine hit. I get a dopamine hit for both of you guys.
Appreciate it, man. No, I know that you and John, we've been on this app for a while now, and you guys are reasonably normal, not super normal.
I mean, he's insane. I have a lot of problems too, but reasonable.
No, come on, John is not insane. He's sane compared to the insane standards of the world that we live in.
No, you guys just see. I have super. What was the term again? You guys are just looking at me through the normal stimulus. Yeah, you guys are just judging me by my super stimulus. But that's my whole point. Is I've been trying to do super stimulus. The fact that right now, as you're conversing with me and 15 cell phones are pointed at my face, that is the super stimulus. And so when you say I'm insane, guess what? Guess what's lurking below that iceberg? Uh-oh! Projection alert! Let me hit my projection bell!
I'm in the philosophy house. Can you invite Keegan to the stage?
Shalom, Rabbono Shalom. Oh, I've detected some amazing projections on here, like the NFFN. There was another similar NFFN statement yesterday. But projection is everywhere. Be careful what you say about people. Be careful what you say. Because it's all projection.
What's happening with Buttercup now? There's this whole sort of issue with Issa, barely friends. And, I haven't been on the app, but, she's really garnered the attention of, most of the people on here.
She's a brand now. She's a brand managing expert.
Hey, what's up, Abby? We're just talking about the drama here on Clubhouse.
All these people show up on my Facebook, be friends with them, and I add them. They don't fucking accept my shit. What kind of losers don't accept somebody's friend request after literally talking to them for years? How annoying.
Maybe they just don't want, more spam communication, and they're trying to, limit.
Yeah, it is hard with you have so many houses, and once I friend you, all your houses show up, and it just messes with my Clubhouse feed. So
it matters. You're wasting your time here. Who cares?
Well, no, I know, but then it's wasting more time because I'm having to scroll through to find the right house. I guess.
God, I'm not the time waste you want. I understand.
Yes, exactly. So it's not that I wouldn't befriend you. It's that I can't. I'm not. It's just it's a waste of my time.
Yeah, you have a time preference of wasting that you'd rather be wasting your time on.
So
exactly, yeah.
The thing is, Keegan, do you understand what super normal stimulus is?
I'm assuming it's so normal. It's the normality of being stimuli. What is it though?
The strict.
I can read it off to you.
Yeah, go ahead. Read it. Yeah.
Yeah, a supernormal stimulus or super stimulus is an exaggerated version of a stimulus to which there is an existing response tendency or any stimulus that elicits a response more strongly than the stimulus for which it evolved for.
So Clubhouse is technically a perfect example of supernormal stimulus, meaning that all of these stupid conversations and gaslight type statements, it's all supernormal communication. And so we are taking our rights as an American, our First Amendment right to freedom, to speech, to say what we feel, to feel what we say, but in a super, normal, super stimuli, like even reverse engineering type of way. So all I'm saying is that when you understand the exaggeration of the communication that's happening here and just how it's really all just un-American. It's anti-American because it's not efficient communication. It's just all hyperbole and stupidity and aneurysm church type activity. Heretical behavior, really. And you could call it crude or vulgar, but the point is, if you want to become more, the more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you're going to get. So technically, everybody here is just retarding. And that's what's actually happening. People are like getting closer to the final door because everybody goes through the same door. It's just a question of what did you say before we all get to the same door, And so I try to read books and force it because I don't want to get to the last door, open that door, look back at everything I said and say, Jesus, it was all just my stupid opinion. And like nobody cared. It didn't end anywhere. It didn't go anywhere. Like all my opinion statements are meaningless. They'll do nothing for me. Like they will not change my life in the slightest. I mean, they can if anyways, you get my point where it's like it's better to force a book than it is to engage in these conversations in the slightest. It's all stupid. And the green bean.
Would you say, John, that everyone's sort of like spiraling out from like sort of the tunnel reality that they're existing in, forging new pathways that don't exist on those books that you talk about?
It's just choice of communication where I know that the wiser my choice, the greater the outcome. And so it's, I'm just saying, if you listen to enough gay black men on this app, like you are.
You'll become a gay black man.
No, you won't become a gay black. I'm just saying it's stupid. Like I've already solved the problem with Clownhouse, meaning that right now I have 4 recording studios recording Clubhouse rooms live onto YouTube. I want to record what people are saying, but I don't want to hear what they're saying. I want to limit that as much as humanly possible. Like how there's that scene in the movie where he's like this much, and then he's like this much, like even less. Like I want to get what I am listening to on this app down to as little as possible. You get it.
You still want to be mind raped by other people's brains.
It's not mind rape. Listen, you got to understand, it is a collection of very unique people here. The whole world, like most people are not on this app. It's just a very small percentage of people who consistently come back. And so,
those people that get the gold awards on their profiles, 0.1%, you must like wonder how many hours they're spending every day to get that.
Wait, what does that award mean?
That means like they're the top contributors on Clubhouse.
Yeah, we call it goy points, and that's
is that what it is?
Yeah, it's goy points for the best goyim on the app, and luckily I've not got my goy awards yet, but I hope to one day.
So
yeah, you're like a top 5%, Keegan.
I'm gonna tell you,
top 10.
Yeah, top 5 goy.
Keegan, I mean, you do realize that, like, so the thing about Judaism and Christianity and Islam, technically all supposedly worshiping the same, deity, that's actually an opportunity, because most Muslims can't read the Quran. and they can't read it in English, and they never have and never will. So the whole thing becomes a book club opportunity. And, I think it's a real opportunity because most people are very unhappy. And it's really because of the synthetic plastic model or mold that they're living in. It's not dynamic enough. And so I'm just saying, like, in terms of communication, programming, psyoping, reverse engineering, mind controlling people, the Quran, the Bible, the Talmud, the Tanya, the Torah, these are all communication technology tools to control other people's attention economy. And so I'm just saying there's an opportunity cost for your goy slop. When you come on here and you waste your time, literally, saying funny jokes like, goy coin or goy goo or goy boy or goy joy or goy ga, ich yach, yach ich. Those are my two favorite Hebrew words, ich and yach. If you remember ich and yach, you'll understand the meaning of life. It's not yach and it's ich and yuck. Choose your words wisely. I am philosophy. I am complete. Oh, you're going to marry Erica. So the thing about her last night when Trump called her out and he was like, Erica's here. Oh, she's been through so much. And she's like, so that.
Wow, that's really disrespectful. She's a widow.
I get that. But to me, that's like state propaganda. And if she was involved in a conspiracy to kill Charlie, like, we want to know.
What the hell's wrong with you? That woman's a widow.
I get that, but many people who die are victims of their there's crimes of passion out there. And so to think that this could not be a crime of passion and not from the trans shooter, that Kash Patel, who I have absolutely no credit, if anybody thinks that he's not the biggest, Kash Patel is up to some fucking games. Let me tell you.
What do you think?
I get it. I get it.
You don't trust our government? Well, time out. You don't trust. He wants us all to know better hard. What's your problem?
You know what? I don't trust. See, when he's slamming a beer, screaming in the locker room, like, that reeks to me of somebody who has been manipulated or compromised.
You've never been hanging out with the boys.
Dude, when you become the spirit of J. Edgar Hoover, I mean, maybe that's what it is. Like, maybe that's who they put in charge. Anyways, I'm just saying that Trump is the master magician. Trump is truly the magus. Like, last night he said maybe he should give himself the Medal of Honor because he views his assassination and his gunshot wound as at least a Purple Heart. Anyways,
philosophy, Scott Adams describes Trump as a master persuader, master hypnotist, in the sense that it's the way that he can reference himself in first, second, and third person.
Yeah.
It hypnotizes you,
Also,
Scott Adams takes up the butt for second and third person. So how can we trust Scott Adams?
See, Trump
take the vaccine, so
exactly.
Trump also has these little sigh remarks, like, "Isn't that so amazing? Isn't that just the most amazing?" Like, he has these little I was noticing it yesterday, where some of the stuff he says sounds like, what the fuck? Like, why did he say that? Then he comes in with this little thing to bridge to the next piece. Anyways, last night was, it was pretty amazing because I enjoy upsetting the left, particularly, and I like upsetting the right too, but I really like upsetting the hardcore leftists as much as humanly possible because they're the ones who can benefit the most from philosophy. And when I talk about philosophy, I'm really talking about Marcus Aurelius and meditations and how you can't control the environment, but you can control your emotional response to it. And there is a way to live your life that is less draining. Now, I know a lot of this might be under the influence, but Pari, welcome to Philosophy House. Because welcome.
Yeah,
How are you, beautiful?
I am so good. What is the context of this discussion? We're just talking about philosophies.
Yeah, we're talking basically.
Or something specific.
Yeah, we're talking basically about love and intelligence. Are you currently in love?
Yes, I'm always in love. You have to be in love with all of existence to be intelligent.
Okay, and what is intelligence?
I think intelligence is this like innate wisdom we all if we like kind of cut out the noise of all this like conditioning we've been subjugated through millennia, like through our environment and like how they've been shaped through generations. What?
My bad. Sorry, that was another phone. So you think it's intuitive?
Okay.
You think it's intuitive?
Part of it is intuitive. No, I feel like we have this innate knowing. For me, intelligence, kindness and empathy are the greatest mark of intelligence. I feel like the more intelligent you are, the less ignorant you are. It's like when you understand love, your understanding of love increases, so does your understanding of the nature of reality and the universe. And as you become love yourself, you embody it. You understand you are the universal energy experiencing itself in refracted, fractal forms. And everyone around you is the same. There's like this interconnectedness, this unity, unified field of intelligence. And you can access this unified field of intelligence, like a collective consciousness, intelligence, universal intelligence, God, whatever you want to call it. Through like I tuned into it through like abstract meditative practices. Not a lot of it was very disciplined or yogic. It was more abstract, like tantra, kind of like going with the flow, like a dance.
Have you ever read the Tao Te Ching technology?
No, actually, I don't necessarily follow a particular school of thought, but I've read diversely a lot of philosophy, like Jung, Nietzsche. I don't agree with one philosopher like all encompassingly. Maybe Alan Watts. I feel like is closer to what I know to be the nature of the universe and like the reality of how it works. Then I've read a lot of like ancient esoteric texts that I derive a lot of my symbolic philosophy from, like the Advaita Vedanta, Gnostic texts, ancient Vedic texts, Egyptian Mayan symbolism. I write a lot of research papers on how modern quantum physics parallels to the symbolism in these texts.
What's your analysis of this phrase that philosophy always
Yeah,
likes to
I
say?
mean, and they got some serious weaponry. Like
is just
I've been hearing that a lot of problems are.
Yeah, I agree to that. I feel like words subconsciously and consciously affect everyone a lot because words are like spelling, like spells. Like the more you repeat something, the more its energy manifests around you. So like how dictators and hierarchical power structures treat words is like you repeat something enough, it becomes part of like this nomenclature in your community. You repeat it long enough and hard enough, and like then it becomes part of culture and then tradition eventually. And
like words become sticky, right? Like
they become sticky. Once you define something, once you reinstate it repeatedly, you limit its definition, you limit what it could be or grow into, as well as you materialize that idea. And repeated enough times, it seeps into like collectives, if you know what I mean. Yeah.
Decade.
So when
Keep Price. And you think you gonna turn your back on us? Fuck you. That's how they feel. Shit, I felt.
That's true, man. I'm just saying, man, we got our hands behind all that shit.
So, anyways, I mean, you know, I gotta get to the gym. I got a lot of paperwork I gotta do. I gotta do some yoga. I got things I gotta do in the real world. So, Hari, how do we optimize our off-world clown house time? Like, what's your opinion on using this conference call, you know, to illuminate?
I feel like people need to tap into joy and playfulness in daily life. Like, I live my life like a movie. Like, I'm the main, because you literally are. You're the main character. You're the only one that exists for you. Everything around you is everyone around you not living as them. They're reflecting on you. They're in their own little universe, own little world, and they're intersecting yours. So I believe do whatever makes you happy. Tap into the joy, playfulness, creativity. That's the purpose of life, to be grow, to be happy, to love as much as you can, as many people as you can, in as many forms. Love doesn't have to be only the sexual, romantic kind. And be kind, look at people with love, look at things with love, slow down, and be playful. Have fun. Yeah. And fuck morality. That's up. I feel that's all.
So, you know who Maharishi is?
Yeah, transcendental meditation.
Yeah, he talks about the creative intelligence and how the creative intelligence can solve, you know, a lot of the problems in society, in our environment. So, what does creative intelligence mean to you?
Creative intelligence, I feel like it technically has a lot to do with like abstract pattern recognition and kind of being like in a non-judgmental space in your mind. That's where creativity blooms. It's the opposite of rigidity or like following rules. So I feel like we are closest to godliness, to being gods, when we are creative, because God's a creator. And I feel like the purpose of life is to embody godliness, to become as close to God, as close you can get to becoming God. You know what I mean? I don't think God wants you to worship them. I think God wants you to become God, embody them. That's all. Yo. Are you guys still here?
Yeah, I'm here.
So like Gnostic texts, right? Like world shards splintered from God, right?
Yeah. Like Gnostic texts were like teaching, giving us a blueprint on how to become godly, like God, not like follow blindly, ritualistically a God. They would give you a blueprint for what you can do to embody that consciousness, that God, Christ consciousness, or whatever the fuck you want to call it.
Have you read any Hermetic texts, like the 7 Principles of Hermeticism?
Not really, but I feel like the Hermetic texts align closely with a lot of Advaita Vedanta, which is ancient Indian texts that I've read. And I feel like all wisdom and knowledge has been the same since the beginning of time. Language of perception changes according to the era we're in. So people have been, these people that lived and tried to awaken people or give them these teachings were symbolically teaching us the same thing in different like languages according to the era they were in, and the same wisdom. There's only one truth. It's been the same like forever since the beginning of cyclical time. And I also know the Big Bang was like the universe fucking itself into existence, like the Big Bang, and it still is. It's like everything in creation stems from duality, and this needing to reproduce is like creatively trying to love oneself better. You know, kind of like joy.
Ari, have you ever like watched those videos on YouTube where like it's ASMR? That's literally your voice. It's ASMR. It's pretty wild.
Really, I've never gotten that before. That's
is
fun.
That my friend in philosophy? Is that like similar?
No. What?
Me?
Yeah.
Nay.
What'd you say?
Oh, like Polly, like
I'm texting a bunch of people.
Oh, no worries, man.
No. Yeah. Go on.
Well, anyways, have you heard of this guy named John Dee? He was
John Dee.
Yes.
No.
He was an English mathematician, astronomer, teacher, an astrologer, and occultist, as well as an alchemist.
Yeah.
So he was like he was a court astronomer for Elizabeth I, and he advocated for the foundation of like these English colonies and to form a British empire. So like literally this wizard advised the queen, hey, like this is what you should do.
I know, like in India, everyone, like, cause I'm from India, we all, like, all the people in the 1%, we all, like, know that, like, magic and science are, like, the same. Science is, like, magic in material form, like, inverse black magic. It's things that follow each other. Wow.
Yeah, I agree with that statement. I think though that like based on the way we use our words now, it's like very hard to really understand that.
That's why it's, you know, because words are so powerful. A lot of monks and like sadhus and like these high religious teachers practice silence so that when they do speak, and they only speak truth, so that when they do speak, their words are impactful and instantly manifest into something because they're not scattering that energy of words needlessly or untruthfully. So they're more impactful.
Yeah, I was really.
That's why, like, music, subconsciously, the music you listen to, like, kind of like shapes your nervous system as well.
Yeah, in terms of like manipulating or harmonizing your nervous system, I play music a lot. I play the flute, and like basically if you go to a very contentious room on this app, you're processing it all and your body is, absorbing it, digesting it psychologically, etc. But if you play music, you end up becoming like you reframe it in a way where it's like you're playing court music to people having a debate.
Yeah, it's like sound without the noise of the words that can intercept it. I feel like it's very healing, especially classical music instruments. They're really healing, and vocals without like meaning. Everything in the universe is vibration, energy, and frequency, and music is to deal with frequency. We're like water, like conscious water frozen into this particular frequency. Everything in the world, every object, like a table, your laptop and phone are the same energy, vibrating at different frequencies. Lower vibration is more solid, more immovable object, and higher vibrations more fluid, like humans. And God is like highest is omnipresent vibration, like core vibration. Everything we can see is an electromagnetic field.
Well, it's a performance in a way. Like your whole life is one long performance. And, if you look at the success of a musician or the failure of a musician, it's very similar to the success of a politician or the failure of a politician.
Whoever controls the media controls the mind. And yeah, so it is the collective deciding entirely. It is like a politician's job, for sure. But also, like, how can you trust anything in a capitalistic world? It's not even like democracy is an illusion. It's an autocratic capitalistic world because capitalism values ownership, not work. And people have been brainwashed to make them feel like they have power over things by saying that capitalism values work. But it doesn't, because I am from a business family, and though I reap the benefits, I clearly know the insides of how this works.
Well, what kind of philosophy do you enjoy? Like, do you actively read any books?
I write my own. I actively read like a lot of books, but I don't subscribe to a school of thought because I developed my own. Like when I was 18, and I wrote a book. It's about to be published this month. And I write a lot of research papers decoding the theory of time, the nature of reality and the universe, and systems from the futuristic perspectives that would help separate states as well as countries and the world as a whole. Systemic architecture, basically. Yeah, I like to decode truths. Like I go down this rabbit hole of like analyzing things through like abstract pattern recognition, drawing parallels between multidisciplinary subjects to synthesize like true knowledge and wisdom.
So, she probably already realized it.
Shiva as eternal silence, infinity, unboundedness, transcendence. 12 October 1975, Courchevel, France.
The Upanishads describe this state of least excitation as Shiva.
Shivam Shantam Advaitam Chaturtham Manyante Sa Atma Savigyeya. Shivam. What is Shiva? Shantam. Eternal silence. Advaitam. Non-dual. Unity. Infinity, unboundedness, immortality. Shivam Shantam Advaitam Chaturtham Manyante. We take it to be the fourth state of consciousness out of the relative activity and silence, out of relativity, the transcendence. That is Shiva. Shivam Shantam Advaitam Chaturtham Manyante. What is that? It is the self, ourself, yourself. It is the self of everything. It is the pure life, pure intelligence, pure existence. Chaturtham Manyante is the fourth state of consciousness. We uphold it to be fourth. In the state of ignorance, we uphold it to be the fourth. Chaturtham Manyante is Atma, that is the self. It's our own being. Savigyeya. That is worth knowing. That is the object of knowing. It's a very great truth of life. And this song describes what it is in its manifold aspects. The state of least excitation, what it is in its states of excitation, in its different states of excitation. Atma Tvam, the self. What is Atma? What is self? You. Thou art that. You are the self. You means something other than the experiencer. Experiencer is the self. You can be attributed to any object of perception, any object of experience, any object of knowledge. And what the Upanishad say? That Atma, which is the fourth, that state of least excitation, is worth knowing. In this, any object of perception becomes worth knowing, because every object of perception is nothing but the self. Object of perception is excited state of what? Excited state of the state of least excitation. State of least excitation is the self. So every object is the expression of the self.
Yeah, so I don't, not that I don't care about Monroe.
Expression is in its pure value that of which it is made. It is made of the self. A beautiful vision of unity consciousness. You are the self, homogeneous, wholeness, unified awareness recognizes everything which is different from everything else, the whole field of difference and diversity in terms of the self. Atma Tvam. You are the self. Girija Mati. The word Girija means born of Giri. Giri here will take in the meaning of a mountain. Mountain in the meaning of huge, big, great, enormous, Brahman. Mati means intellect. What is intellect? Is born of the great. Giri Jam. Born of the Giri. Born of the mountain. Born of the huge, enormous, great Brahman. You are the self. And what is another element that one experiences? The extreme transcendental value, universal value, is self. And what is the individuality that is little grosser than the self? Intellect. What is that intellect? It says Girija Mati, born of the great, born of that huge, enormous unboundedness of Brahman, is the intellect, the first impulse of creative intelligence. Pure creative intelligence, pure intelligence is yourself. It is in this that the science of creative intelligence says unfoldment of full potential of yourself. The teacher of science of creative intelligence teaches what? The unfoldment of the full potential of the self. He shows in the student the self. Atma Tvam. Thou art that which is the self, enormous and bounded. From thee is born the intellect. Into thee is the impulse of thyself which rises as intellect. So intellect is just the impulse of the self. The self, which is state of least excitation, and state of least excitation present in all the excited states. The intellect, which comprehends Brahman, permeates in its unexcited value, in the value of the self, it permeates all over. And because it is valued, it permeates all over. In the value of the self, it is capable of comprehending the enormous unboundedness. Brahmi Chaitana, Brahman consciousness, unity consciousness, is that state of intelligence which is wide awake in itself, in its omnipresent state. And then impulses start, and those impulses are the waves of intellect. The intellect, individual, has its stand or basis or essence or life structure in the cosmic intelligence, which is unexcited state. And the unexcited state is the intellect, different display of creative intelligence all over in the entire universe is yourself. It's a beautiful vision of the total process of evolution and the supreme state of evolution. You are the self, and from the self is born the intelligence, the waves of intelligence. Girija Mati, the intellect, is born of the self. And it is the intelligence which is at the basis of all evolutionary process and all expressions of the unmanifest. It's the same thing that quantum mechanics says, state of least excitation present in all the excited states. All the excited states are the expressions of that non-excited state. It has to be taken on the level of consciousness, and then it becomes a field which can comprehend the enormous and bounded field.
That's a red flag because it's like open the bank. Because your data goes two ways. It goes
No, I'm not here. No, I'm just. That's exactly right. You're not here. Exactly. You said it exactly right. You're not here. That's exactly right. You're not here. There you go. No, because you've been talking. CO.
Giriya Tom. Atma Tom Giriya Mati. And with the intellect, the display of intellect is by virtue of prana. It's prana which gives motion to intellect. Prana which gives motion to intellect. What gives motion to behavior? Frames. So this line says the different ups and downs, different degrees of breadth are the frames which uphold behavior. Behavior of the intellect is on the level of prana. If the intellect is very active, prana is very active. Intellect is silent, prana is silent. Both go together, and in their various structures, in their various degrees of expression, they are framed together. This brings in the lightness, the element of lightness, the element of harmony in the midst of all diversities. The different divergent values in creation, they are just the different expressions of the prana which serve to be the frames of intellect. The intellect plays with them all. Intellect moves with them all. Here is the knowledge of how creation evolves, stays in its divergent values, and moves on to higher states of evolution. Every state moves on to higher states of evolution. Two elements are counted. The three elements are counted. The self, the intellect, which is an impulse of the self, and then the prana, which gives direction to intellect. It's a beautiful analysis of what creative intelligence is. In its unmanifest value, it is the self. And when creative intelligence in its unmanifest value is myself, then I can live my own full value. If it were not the case, it would not have been possible to live the full value of creative intelligence, but because the unmanifest entirety of creative intelligence is myself, it's possible to display one's full potential. And it is in this that we find quantum mechanics establishing all possibilities on the level of state of least excitation. State of least excitation is a field of all possibilities. It is the home of all the laws of nature. The intellect, which is in tune with the self and is surcharged with prana, is surcharged with that life energy. It is a field of all possibilities, and it has expressed itself into varieties of movements and actions, and the display of the whole diversity in the universe has come along. The beautiful, beautiful words. Atma Tom Girija Mati Sahajara Prana Shariram Griham. The physical manifestation, the material manifestation of that pure intelligence, which is in its unmanifest value in the self, in its first impulse is the intellect, and prana, it is to give energy to the intellect, to give direction to the whole manifest world. And then, where do they reside? Shariram, Griham, Shariram, the physical structure, the body. All the manifestations are nothing but the bodies of pure intelligence, the bodies of prana. Prana gives the direction to pure intelligence, to intellect, and then that expresses different values of that absolute unmanifest. And that is the reason why we see so much of variety, so much of differences, because that absolute is infinite. Infinite being the source of the finite could afford to express itself into infinite ways, infinite varieties, infinite expressions. This is what it means. Atma Tom Girija Mati Sahajara Prana. The prana, different values of breath, which is giving an evolutionary direction to everything that is there in the express creation. Shariram, Griham, home. Body is the home. This immediately separates the body with the self, immediately brings about a distinction that one experiences in cosmic consciousness. This is the body, I am that, I am a witness to that, I am separate from that. Immediately it establishes a relationship of the subjective and objective reality, even though the objective reality is nothing but the expression of the subjectivity, but there is that kind of separation. And this kind of separation begins to be clear when the analysis of the creation begins. When intellect analyzes what is creation, it finds two values, objective and subjective, the prana and the intellect. Prana may be associated with existence, with material expression. So, in its expressing values, there is sequential development. Atma, intellect, that is self, intellect, prana, various aspects of prana which structure the family of activities, different kinds of activities, different frames gathered together, and where they all reside in the body. So, in the process of manifestation, it starts from unmanifest and then expresses itself into impulses. And then variety of it. And then once the variety comes, the unmanifest value of intellect and prana, and eventually the unmanifest value of the self, they all get covered by their own expressions. And the expression becomes a shell.
Having a fun scroll?
To hide the reality, a coconut. Very expressed value, and inside is wholeness, hollowness.
I don't know, man. It's man. I don't know, man. I don't know. There's the allure of, Susan Collins is up there, Bernie Sanders is up there, McMullen is up there, Mullen's up there. Sorry.
words are so powerful. A lot of monks and like sadhus and like these high religious teachers practice silence so that when they do speak, and they only speak truth, so that when they do speak, their words are impactful and instantly manifest into something because they're not scattering that energy of words needlessly or untruthfully.
Well, he had to connect. He had to.
It looks pretty nice. And Tom, I don't know how he got the information. Has the actual, maybe the year, make, and model number or whatever. I think so.
Yeah, I mean, someone mentioned earlier, like we already have sci-fi solutions for problems, right? Like we.
So the police, if the police respond,
oh, you're doing it right now, bro.
I'm gonna protect you.
Hold on. So you're doing it right now. So like, if we say due process is universal, that's kind of like a vague way of just kind of not having the conversation. But if we say, hey, there's certain groups of people that you know,
sure.
But you know, like I say, like, God.
It's literally a master's degree in nursing.
Why would anyone get a master's in nursing when they can become a nurse practitioner at the same time?
I have no answer for that, but they do because the hospitals are like, hey, you have about a decade to get this done or you won't be able to keep your job. So a lot of old-time nurses are either retiring or they've gone to school in the last 5 years.
I remain agnostic. I let people develop. From an American perspective, I feel like, yeah, you can have any kind of a crazy idea. Let's see if it works out for him, Carl.
But yeah, if you haven't read that book, go read that book. It's great.
It's a good book. Gets more extra-dimensional in the sequels.
At least we get to, experience the wild ride. We'll see if we turn to, this weird, cool. The best case scenario, we get our personal AIs that solve all our problems for us. We can live in a post-care society. We can live in VR or whatever. But or it'll be some crazy, horrible thing.
It could be like Dune. Remember Dune?
Yeah.
Right? There's no AI in Dune because they already lost the uprising and had to forswear AI.
I happen to think that that's just unrealistic. That it's
I agree.
powerful than not. It's like saying let's ban guns or something. Like it's very unrealistic that we can ban something so powerful.
Right. I agree.
Yeah.
Walk away with this ounce of silver, or spend. If you use this.
heads who.
To extent
that you know what you're doing.
Tate's younger.
appealing to Jeremiah 31.
Even if they don't know what they're doing, yes, it can be.
I pointed out the last room, not just yesterday, whatever the room was, the night before, I don't know, one of these last rooms, is that the
I saw a pretty interesting argument for why I should not be as doomer as I am. But it's like pretty confident. It's like, listen, there's some chance we'll never build artificial superintelligence. We'll give that 10%. There's some chance of alignment by default via especially strong behavioral training. There's chance that we'll solve the alignment problem with better methods. That there's some chance that the AGI couldn't actually kill everyone. And so each of these like probabilities keeps lowering their total probability. That like this is some scary fucking thing.
This is the first time I've ever seen.
I fuck with Mexicans. I'm just saying I grew up with around Mexicans more than blacks. Population. I could be wrong.
No, it is. And the car lobby. Yeah, I saw interconnected. Yeah, car lobby. Density.
Not the South End one where I am.
Yeah.
But it's not like some Southerners didn't think about that. I can think of one politician from the 19th century who thought it would have been a good idea to have at least open transportation and stuff. That did not happen.
Sure, who do you think built it?
That I do not know. But I mean, he agreed with the idea of expanding the South that way. He did.
I think it was our ancestors building it. That's probably.
And you're probably right, but yeah, he did. Yeah, you mean about it.
else, Jess, that you want to talk more on? Did you have a particular thing to dig in on it?
Well, not necessarily particular. I guess it was more so about like how public transportation kind of like is halted in Atlanta, and I don't know if that's just mainly because it's specifically MARTA. Because I'm just kind of not getting into the whole MARTA issue across like Metro Atlanta. So like, you said what?
Why don't you just leave?
What, leave Atlanta?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I just moved back, so I think I got a little bit more time here. But Huntsville, Alabama, actually.
But why don't you just leave?
It's on the list. I think I'm moving my 30s.
Why don't you just? I always forget. You be fooling people. People think you're great. People think you're old.
Yeah, me and Library are peers. Yes.
There's a lot going on here. Why don't you just move to DC?
See, DC is on the list, but DC, everything would have to be perfect because the cost of living in DC is insane to me. I don't know. I don't like it. But if the job paid well, and I was in like the perfect area, I would actually move to DC. I like DC. Every time I visit, I've had a good time. The traffic is a fool.
Well, you wouldn't even drive. You would just live in the city.
Yeah, I take the train. Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't recommend taking. Well, I'm old. I no longer take. I haven't taken the DC Metro with you. Back right there. I was there this weekend. I haven't taken the DC Metro in. I don't think I've taken it in New York. So I can't go underground at this point. I can't do it. But you young people can do it.
It's a lot.
They have elevators from the sidewalk down to the train station.
No, I don't want to be on the train.
I don't be on the train not anymore.
I just don't
want to that.
Yeah, I remember when I visited New York, what was it, 2 years ago? Like, I thoroughly enjoyed taking the train everywhere like that. I can see that. Yeah.
I have to say that I don't miss it.
Were you in Snow? Was it called Snow? Not Snow. Get up, check off. Were you there just when Atlanta traffic got stopped on was it the 85 or no, the Beltway a couple years ago? People couldn't move.
Yeah, 2014. Yeah, I was a junior in high school. Yes.
Oh my God! Wait, it was that long ago? 2014?
It's 2014. We were snowed in for I think almost a week. That's when Georgia woke up and realized that they needed to start investing in like the stuff for snow. Yep. I can't believe it's been that long either.
Yes.
Wow. How many inches of snow?
For Georgia, it was like a half inch to an inch.
But Sherry, we never got in that. It's so embarrassing.
Because I live in the East Coast, so snow is not a big, except for those people who like to complain about it. But yeah, I mean, I don't know why people complain about the snowstorm this weekend. But I'm like, y'all had gotten spoiled. See, it had snowed in a while. Folks got spoiled and they forgot that, yeah.
Oh, actually, Sherry, it was actually less than that. It was actually only 2 to 3 inches.
And it stopped everything.
It stopped everything. Yeah, it was pretty bad. So yeah, that's why I think when we finally started investing in like the salt trucks to kind of help with the highway, because we never got snow like that ever. And now, but now this year we didn't get any snow, but they're quick to issue a state of emergency as soon as it gets below 32. Oh, close everything down. You're not going to school tomorrow. It's about to be World War III, end of the world. Snow's coming. That's how they just treat it now. So
yeah,
whatever it takes to keep the people safe, I'm all for it.
I'm still happy about Stratton. She's
Probably. I mean, she I mean, this is what Adam Carlson says. It seems like she's repeating the Angela also Brooks road to success.
But faster. But faster.
But faster, exactly.
Yeah, I think also Brooks. I gotta go back. Odie remembers it very, very well. But I feel like because their primary is about in a month.
It's March 12th.
March 17th. When is it?
Oh no, maybe it's 17th. It's usually mid-March. Yeah, right around my dad's birthday.
Yes. I think March 17th is also the Ides of March, isn't it? Wait, the Ides of March. March. No, the 15th. The 15th.
It's the 15th?
Yeah, Julius. I need about 10 minutes. Let's talk about Julius Caesar.
Oh, no. Because Ides March.
One of the great, actually, I don't know how I forgot. One of the great moments I was on a bus. It was a Chinatown bus. These were buses back when we still had a collective culture that took us from Chinatown to Chinatown. And for those people in the Northeast Corridor, you will remember that because they were a bus where you could go from DC to Baltimore to Philly to wherever, end up in New York. They didn't really stop in Newark that much. For $10, $5, $7. These were Chinatown buses, you see. They had different names, and they effectively, if I recall correctly, put Greyhound out of business and its little brother, Peter Pan.
Are you talking about Megabus?
Well, you had Megabus, you had Funhua Bus, you had Boat Bus, you had Chinatown Bus, you had Canal Street Bus. I took all of them because there was a cheapness to it. And I could also sit on the bus and read, or I could sit on the bus and contemplate my existence. And so I recall one time I was on the bus. It was a Chinatown bus, a bus that would take you from Chinatown to Chinatown, but they didn't have bus stations. Instead, you had to find yourself in the Baltimore, for example, on the side of a road, Russell Street somewhere, in ongoing traffic with your bags and 50 people lined up on the bus. The bus eventually, some buses had deals with Peter Pan or Greyhound, whatever it was, to use their bus stops, their bus depots. But for a lot of these buses, I remember a particular stop in Baltimore. It might have been on, Pennsylvania Avenue. It was over by the train station, by Penn Station, not Penn North. They would never, for those from Baltimore, they did not go to the Penn North Station. I used to get off the Penn North Station to go to church. I'll take the subway to do stuff at church, walk for a church. From Penn North, boy, it was not I don't know, I'm still alive, but I made it. That's why. If you've been out of Baltimore in the 80s and 90s, you definitely believe in God. That's the discussion. But it was over by, it may have been on Charles Street. Speaking of which, ever in Baltimore, there's a place called Brewer's Art. They have the best macaroni and cheese in the world. It's called Brewer's Art. You can eat down in the basement where they do the brewery. You can upstairs, they have a nice bar restaurant. Also a lovely steak free with what? A pink peppercorn sauce. Absolutely delicious. But that's a different discussion. Let me continue. The bus stop, Sherry, was in the middle of the road. So if you were just driving downtown, you would look to the right and you would see 40 people
your train of thought.
No, I'm reading what Matt wrote. Wait, did the deal already come out yet?
Nope, but it's coming. It's gonna be later this week or possibly next. But Alito clearly has it, and I think the VR is on.
Wait, why do you think he has it?
Because of the fact that only he and Gorsuch haven't had any cases. Everybody else has had cases.
I can't believe that the chief is not going to write. I can't believe that John Roberts is going to vote. Well, there may be a majority. Well, I don't know. That would be very strange to me if he's letting Alito write it. But we'll see. I think Alito is also like lazy. He's kind of not doing much anymore. I think he's on the way out. I don't think it's going to be Alito. I'll stop about hope. Anyway, the bus, you would see 40 people on the middle of the street. They were all with luggage. If someone were to swerve, these are busy streets, they would have killed 20 to 40 people every time. And yet for $10, $5 in some instances, one would risk their life to get on the bus. The bus would then pull up to the location and get on and let people get on the bus. You see? And so I was taking one of those buses. It was a Chinatown bus, which will connect you in the Northeast Corridor from Chinatown to Chinatown. You see? And so these buses, I was on one time. These buses were mobile crime, interstate, federal crime scenes. If you went on the bus, you would have seen a multiracial population. Overrepresented would have been students at colleges and universities. What are you reading there? I'm reading my biology projects. I'm a pre-med, so I've got a test coming up on this particular biological mechanism. What are you reading? Some sociology, Durkheim. What are you reading? Oh, I'm reading in child psychology. It's a neo Piaget. What are you reading? It's just people, all kinds of people who were involved. It's like a lot of college students. It was also a bus, if you recall, that is what I call an interstate ass bus. Because if you wanted to see one of your joints in another state and you didn't have money, you got on that bus. What are you doing on the bus? Well, I got a joint up in Philadelphia. Huh? Yeah, I'm gonna get off in Philly. I'm gonna be back. I'm gonna be back in Baltimore. But it only costs me $3, son. You know what I'm saying? I see cheaper than Amtrak, cheaper than Greyhound. And the gag is, you might get there faster on the Chinatown bus than if you took
Greyhound
and Amtrak.
Yes,
because Amtrak, depending on if you're on the regular Amtrak and not the Acela Amtrak, the Amtrak on certain parts of the Northeast Corridor, in between like Philadelphia, when you get to Wilmington, on your way to New Jersey, it's only going 45 miles per hour. The Chinatown bus, if you are old enough, you will remember a movie by the name of Big Trouble in Little China. Huh? Big Trouble in Little China was a bus. Was a movie in the 80s.
That was Kurt Russell.
It was Kurt Russell, of course. In the beginning of that movie, When they get to San Francisco, watch this. Watch what I just did. There was a character by the name of Egg Shen. Egg Shen, who ends up helping Kurt Russell and Wang Shi and Kendrick Lamar's character Gracie Law, and of course Mao Yin, played by Suzy Pai, when he goes up against Lo Pan in the beginning of the movie. You know what? He was a bus tour driver in Chinatown, where? In San Francisco. And if you remember how Egg Shen was driving that bus, it was the prototype, archetype, tintype of how these subsequent Chinatown buses were driven by their bus drivers. In other words, they were reckless, they didn't give a fuck, and they got there however they motherfucking got there. Which is to say is that the bus for the Chinatown bus was often going 90 miles per hour. When the Chinatown bus got on, watch this, the New Jersey Turnpike, when you cross from Delaware and the Delaware Bridge into New Jersey, you can go to the right and take yourself to Atlantic City. You know that highway, that's the highway that Nucky was building in Boardwalk Empire. Huh? You can go to the right, or you keep going straight. You can keep going to exit 6, I think it is, right around, they get to 295, go to Philadelphia. I would recommend going that way to Philadelphia. I would go to the bridge the other way, but you can go that way. The Chinatown bus would get in the left lane, and it was going as fast as a fucking Ferrari, as fast as a Maserati. Those people did not give a fuck, and we never got pulled over. And then about halfway through the trip, they would stop somewhere for us to use the bathroom, to buy some M&Ms, to buy some Reese's Cups, to buy some, watch this, peanut juice. What happened to our peanut juice? I wanted to get some peanut juice the other day. I can't eat peanuts in my home. I wanted to have a peanut chew. A peanut chew of a small dark chocolate treat with a little bit of nougat, peanut, chocolate. I couldn't find it. I would stop then and get a peanut chew. I would also get, watch this, a bottle of water, because back then buying water was not the norm, but it was a luxury of sorts. So I would, of course, get, watch this, Avion water or a Fiji water, because Aquafina water tastes like dingleberry ass. You see? And so then you would go back out and you would see your bus driver, for the purposes of this story, let's call him Egg Shen. He would be laid up in a striped shirt, khaki pants, one leg back, like his leg akimbo up against the bus, with a slight cigarette, hair disheveled, and slight little bit of grease. So what were you doing? I had to check something on the bus. I had to check something on the bus. And all of a sudden there was smoke coming out of the bus. You then got back on the bus and you made it. You celebrated the fact that you made it to your destination. Once you celebrated that fact, you then realized the money that you just saved on a train ticket or a Greyhound bus ticket, you just spent twice that, because you went to a diner in the village and got a bacon cheeseburger with fries, which cost you $27 in 2003. But one time, and this is why I got to the story. I forgot. Why did we start the story? What were we talking about?
Well, you were explaining, you said you had to use a story.
There it is. One time, the bus was at a rest stop. And the Egg Shen driver, Egg Shin, said, "Will you wait for another bus?" Huh? Won't start. It stopped working. And one person decided that they were going to be up in arms about the bus not working. And then someone asked her, "How often do you take the Chinatown bus?" And she said, "All the time." And then that same person said, "Well, how much did you pay?" She said, $10. "Where did you get on?" "Baltimore." "Where are you going?" "New York City." "How much money have you saved over the year or so riding the Chinatown Express, the Chinatown bus?" "Hundreds of dollars." "Well, ma'am, odds are one of them was going to break down because you're paying $10 a seat." You know what she did? She said, "You're right." Then another person, Sherry, said, "One way we can pass the time is to take out these copies of Shakespeare's Julius Caesar. We can cast it, and here in that rest stop, we can do an impromptu performance outside of Julius Caesar in front of the Chinatown bus stop." And they passed out the script. Decius, Brutus, Cassius, Portia, Calpurnia, Caesar, Mark Antony, and the people decided that rather than be upset, they're going to turn the occasion into a Shakespeare, not at the park, but at the Jersey Turnpike rest stop. And they performed it. You will only get that from people who ride the boat bus, Funghua, Chinatown Express. I'm done speaking. It's a good story. It's a good story. Now, Gigi, you told me to go
to the bus stop.
Gigi, you told me to go deeper. I can't go any deeper. I ran out. Gigi, I can't go deeper. I ran out.
I can now. Let me take you a little deeper.
Break it down.
All right. Let me take over real quick. So we talking about the bus stop. That's a fabulous story, hilarious, definitely entertaining. So he kept it surface, but let's go a little deeper with that bus stop, right? So let me tell you about it once upon a time, right? These people sitting at that bus stop, they stood there, right? They got dropped off, right? And that $10 ride, it was really $5. And guess what? They only got $2, right? So now they standing stuck in the middle of the highway at the bus stop. Let's talk about these women. And so guess what? Now they sitting there. Oh, we're about to get deep, a little dark. I hope y'all don't get offended. Okay? Now we got these fallacious women sitting around these big old trucks pulling on. I'm talking about 18-wheelers, honey. And they're having a hard time just finding a parking spot. And then they get out, right? They go out, get the little food. They got KFC. They got McDonald's, Popeyes. They got everything you can imagine inside that bus stop, right? They got showers. They take their time, and then they got the hose. And they be sitting and working, honey. It's about to get juicy, baby. So now you got these women. This one particular girl. She was sitting at the bus stop for almost 2 days. Nowhere to go. Ain't got no money. Don't know who to call or to run to. And just stuck at the bus stop. And so when these heroes, these superheroes, these macho men, big and shit, they jumping up out the motherfucking trucks, playing football, got the motherfucking place. And she like, oh, I need some help. So, cause she gonna, she already giving her niece and everything. But, she tried to be nice about her and stuff and say, can you buy me a sandwich or something because, she's starving. Honestly, it would be nice to buy her a sandwich because, she's starving, right? So they'd be nice. All right, go buy you a sandwich. And on their way out, she following them to the truck. And they like to take a little nap because these are people that are driving 16, 15 hours straight, if not more. And so they like to go in the trucks and they like to go to sleep. And this bitch come by like this. And he like, is somebody knocking on my fucking door? Yes. And he gets up out his comfy little cushion in the back. The peak, and it's I ain't gonna say color, but it's a woman sitting out there looking like she needs some help. And so he like, what? And she like, I'm hungry. Can you help me? I'm just hungry. Can you buy me some food? I can eat some service. And so him feeling bad because them truck drivers, let me tell you, first of all, they ain't broke. Some of them truck drivers, they make over 6 figures, honey. Them long ass cargo packages, they be shipping all up and down the country. They getting paid very well for that. And they know that. That's why these hoes be sitting around the truck stops. And she knocking on the window talking about he buy her a sandwich because, they got a heart. They're like, okay. That's all he had to do. And he'll give her a few dollars to let her go buy a sandwich. And you know what happens when you feed a dog, baby. They ain't going nowhere. And now she back at the door. It's cold outside, Kim. You want to hang out? Can I come in for a little bit? Next thing, this is a nasty story. I'm telling facts now, but next thing he looking like she needs a few dollars. He was on the road for probably 5 days. Why not get this off real quick? Okay. You feel like you're doing good to the community, right? You give back. And so you left the girl in the damn car. Next thing you know, she all over you. She all down here, baby. I'm doing a little freak night in the back of the truck. And this is where it's gonna take a twist. And this is a warning to everybody, so y'all know not to do this shit. Next thing you know, this girl had a rope around her head. And she didn't even see it coming. Okay? She was literally fucking naked in the back of the damn truck. And now she got a rope on the back of her head. And it's being pulled on a string in 2 seconds like this. And she trying to figure out who the fuck got it. It's him. Yep, he did it. And now you in the back of his goddamn big ass 16, 18 wheeler truck with a rope around your head, fucking naked, and just up and stuck. And the man that you thought you seen when you first looked at does not look like the man you looking at now. That's right, honey. He on top of you. He got your ass tied the fuck up and pigsty, bitch. Yes, he gave you that lunch dog. He gave you that lunch. He did. And you paid for that, bitch. You paid that price because your ass walked the fuck up in that truck, though. And then now, she's stuck in the back trying to figure out, oh my God, this nigga really trying to kill me? Yes! He is! Dummy. That's why he got the rope around your neck. So now, you got to figure out how you want to get your way up out of here. So you just start fighting. Now I'm having fun to get the fuck out, right? Guess what? Oh, he had his goddamn fun, baby. Yes, he did. He had his fun, honey. And then as soon as it was time to, get the fuck out, story. This ain't no happy ending. I can make it one if you want me to. Do y'all want me to make it a happy ending or not? Because I can make it realistic. So we're gonna make it realistic. Why do I have a story, baby? I mean, this is something that's happening every day. If you read like a lot of documentaries, and so I'm just bringing awareness to it. Real life things that be happening. But you know, I'm making PG, and so alright. So, you know, when he got done torturing her, literally for fun, he took the strings off, and she started coughing and choking on the floor. She threw up. He opened up the door, kicked her out, and rolled the fuck away like nothing ever happened. And then when she ran inside that little store at the same truck stop and said, this nigga just took all advantage of me, they didn't believe her. They thought she was a drug addict. They didn't believe her. They ain't even bothered to call the cops. She just had to sit there with a ring around her neck, like ring around a rosy. And she warned every other woman sitting around the bus stop, truck stop. That particular truck right there, that big 1816 bullet, she couldn't even count. Okay? That's all white with the red on the top and a little brown in the back. Don't go knocking on his out. And that's the end of the story. And I'm just adding to Ben's truck stop story because I think as women, we gotta be realistic and let people know. Don't go jumping in on these goddamn big ass, weird ass motherfucker nigga trucks, honey. That'd be the last thing you have to do sometimes. I'm like, so I gotta read all this things. I took the truck stop story.
Sorry. See this? It's been like that for 2 months, and I'm as happy as I've ever been in my life. You know? Are you gonna buy a ring for your fiance? You're not even gonna believe what I did, man. I had 60 pieces of silver, and
you are an engineer. This is what engineers do, and you are doing engineering like engineers do now, right? It's amazing, and I'm just loving everything about that, right? And what you quickly discover is that Claude points out, and what you immediately described in what you're building is that not that Claude doesn't make you over engineer everything. You've been under engineering.
Decline.
Why not have some? It's constantly happening though. It's all that direct.
Something else needs to be separate. And so I always think about that when it comes to artists and the way they present themselves, because they're always trying to remove themselves from the regular society and saying, hey, I'm an artist. So maybe that's why she's so wacky, crazy.
No, я его лично не знаю, но я знаю его существование. Но он не мой приятель.
Я думал, это ваш чемпион.
Да, он наш чемпион, но я лично его не видел никогда. Ты никогда не был в России. Ты русский язык выучил в Америке.
Да.
Где, в Нью-Йорке?
You're an Ishmaelite. You're from East India. You're from Muhammad. You're from that new fake false Quran.
Something like that. And so, I personally don't see that. But I can understand if someone does.
You become the software that you need to be. That's the new play, and that's what Whopper is trying to solve, because OpenClaw, even getting like OpenClaw, as you will find, Romero, getting Claude Code, getting OpenClaw to do all these things, it requires work, and an easy button is needed. A one button, it just
hard time, right? Like I'm coming from the art world where art, the thing that I'm working on is never complete. I just give up. I not give up, but I just say it's good enough, right? And so I've been having a similar experience with Claude Code, building this 2D animation software where I say, okay, well, this is the features that I want. Right now, you still have to like cut the metal with something, right? You still need to lathe it. But you're right that in the near future, we're going to have molecular levels printing, and at that point, like if you can just print molecules, like at that point, you can literally print toast or metal, right? You can just set it to toast, and that really fucking amazing toast that you had that one time in Venice, and you got the code for it, right?
Oh, I don't mean that advanced. I just mean like, no, you could just, maybe you just have like, there's like, I don't know, a few, maybe like 5 little receptacles for like, okay, here you put it like, here's your receptacle for aluminum, here's the receptacle for like soil or compost or whatever, and then here's receptacle for plastic, and you just make sure they're topped off, and then you can build like at least like a minimum amount. You can just like fab those things out.
I love you. You talk about this as it's on the horizon, but if you close your eyes and count to 3, I can give you examples of where they're doing this now. It's
molecular printing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm talking about like atomic scale printing at a hobbyist price, right? So like, the first time I saw something about 3D printing was in 1999. They were using these big vats of gel and using lasers to harden the resin. And it was this big machine that took up, half a wall. And was the size of like 4 Xerox machines put back to back to back. And you go from 1999, where that is the state of the art, to 2026, when you can buy a high-res resin printer that's giving you 8.
What is the proof that Ali said he's muscle? What is the proof that after Ali, the Vadir Khom Day, muscle? What is the proof the Prophet Muhammad said that after me, it's going to be the book and my family.
Whoever I am the leader of, Ali is the leader of.
I'm willing to accept.
It's the greatest event of Hadira Form, which completely is ignored.
Yeah, that's true.
And the focus on
I'm not even going to debate what that means from a Sunni perspective. I'm willing to accept it.
The Sunnis have it in the Hadith.
No, hold on. I'm going to accept it from a Shia perspective. The Prophet said,
right, accept it from a Sunni perspective.
Yeah, Allah, that is why do you do this ADHD shit, bro? Calm down. Give and take, bro. I'm accepting your narrative that the Prophet said, I'm leaving the book and my family.
Bro, I'm not speaking from, one second, I'm not speaking from a Shia position, I'm speaking from an academic position.
Yeah, I'm in academic position. Okay, sure. So, given that the Prophet said, I'm leaving my book and I'm rest of the lineage and the rest of the family? Why is the focus only at Hussein and the descendants from his Persian wife? Why aren't all the lineage of Ali Masum? And why aren't they imams?
Because if you read
church review, right? And if you aren't qualified to go through that, then it's a fully legal process because the quote unquote. Right.
I know you ain't no pussy.
Wesley from Texas.
Yeah, Wesley. Yeah.
Doris, I haven't heard from him in a long time.
He came in here and started talking about like spreading butt holes and having a girl lick his asshole when he jerked off and shit.
Oh, really? He said
that? Oh, wow.
Yeah.
But not until they pulled off. So he sat there. There is.
Yeah, so there's a whole book on it, but in a sense, if you look at the story of Ali ibn Abi Talib and the rest of the 12 Imams, they did not provide the same sort of proof.
Prophets provide prophecy. Imams provide guidance.
No. Prophets provide miracles.
Prophecy. Yeah, prophecy.
Miracles.
Yeah.
No, so prophecy is different. Miracles is something. Sure, that's fine. But in general, they provide miracles. Miracles is proof of their prophecy, being prophets.
The Imams didn't provide miracles.
Did the Imams provide? Did the Imams like walk on water, or did the Imams?
Yeah, much more than that. They control the
Okay, fair enough.
That's why I'm saying you have to look into Corpus, right? They do make that claim. So.
You know what's wrong with Nargis?
You just need to study like each corpus and objectively look at it without judging it or anything. And if you do that, you're not taking a side, you're just looking at it from the outside.
It is completely fine to say, I want to come at this from an objective academic perspective.
Yeah.
That's completely fine. Hold on, stop interrupting. This is the wrong that you do. When we're saying from an academic objective perspective, it doesn't mean that you're going to look outside of the realm of Islam. You're looking academically and objectively inside Islam, which means that you have to accept certain things. You have to accept that Muhammad was a prophet or self-proclaimed prophet. Okay, you have to accept that. And then when we ask for the evidence, why are these Masums and the others not Masum if the original text that you're basing this off is I'm leaving the book and the family? The family does not specify a single lineage of the descendants of the prophet. It specifies all the lineages descending from the prophet. Right? So when I say academically and objectively explain to me why these imams are the only Masums and the ones that Shia follow, I'm not the rest. You can't say, it's all fake, it's based on Nahj al-Balagha. Of course, okay, sure, but what is Nahj al-Balagha? What is their evidence presented? Because even if Muhammad was not a prophet. Islam is fake. End of story. So what are you debating? Come on, bro. You're suffering.
Even if you're doing an internal critique, okay, you have to do the critique based on both corpses. And this is how a true academic would look at it. For not just hold a position, but to hold truth value. You're trying to like figure it out, right? So to say that prophets had miracles, right?
You did a fallacy in the chat. Why only Musa and not Harun?
Yeah.
Give me the evidence from.
Similarly, right?
No, because the text that we're dealing with academically claims the prophet left the book and the family. That's the initial text. When you dissect that text and you scrutinize the Shia sect on the basis of that text, then the question rises: why those and not the others?
Yeah, why one and not the other?
Listen, you can't bring up Musa and Harun dichotomy. You cannot do that.
Of course you can. Similarly,
how can you do that?
Because that's the claim. That's the claim.
I said you're basing the Masums on the basis.
Masums are nothing but
leaving the book and the family. Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Leaving the book and the family.
Then objectively speaking, why only the lineage of Hussein and not Hassan?
Because just like how prophets are picked one at a time, right? By God. That is the claim within them also.
We're accepting the premises in Islam, and we're accepting.
They are saying it's the same continuum. They're saying the same methodology follows with Imam also.
What's the evidence?
There's no evidence for prophethood. You provide me evidence for prophethood.
Are you dumb?
No, I'm not dumb. If you're going there, all of these are faith claims. These are faith claims. I have faith there for. There's no evidence for anything.
These
are all faith claims.
This is what she does. This is the most.
Then you're providing me no evidence for prophethood.
Lowest form of academic.
What did I say? Steal on me. Steal by me. Steal on me.
Excuse me. You accept
the position.
You accept the issue that the story of the Masums comes from a text by the prophet that he's leaving the book and the family. And then when we come to scrutinize the Masums, you claim, well, show me that prophethood is real.
I'm saying it follows the same protocol. It follows the same.
If you just allow me the parameters of the academic.
There is no such thing as like providing it for it.
The initial.
That the prophet is the true prophet.
The parameters of this conversation is set on the initial acceptance of the text by Muhammad.
Which is a faith claim.
Outside of that parameter.
I'm making a claim that too is a faith claim. There's no way you can provide me evidence that this person in Arabia, 7th century, who proclaimed prophethood is the true prophet. It's because you have faith here, right?
I understand that.
Okay, same thing with them also.
We are debating on the basis that Shiism came from Islam. It is an Islamic sect. Those are the parameters. We cannot go outside of those parameters and start talking about Christianity. Are you dumb?
What are you talking about? I'm following the same premises.
Okay, you, can you help us out here, please?
Can someone logical come in, please? Because this requires.
We're debating Shiism. And how does the Masum story stem from Islam? It stems from a text by the Prophet where he claims, or the self-proclaimed prophet.
It's not text. Which text is that? Every word you say, you have to provide
the
evidence.
text that he's leaving the book and the family.
What is that text? It's a faith claim that he said that, right? Everything is a faith claim.
Please allow me to say something. I understand objectively it's a faith claim objectively because there's no evidence for it, but when you're debating Shiism, you dumb retard. So you have to accept everything.
That's why I'm saying that too.
Their belief is based on the saying of the prophet.
You're saying why one, not the other, right? Everyone is Masum, why one, not the other? As prophets come to existence, dude, you're not listening to me, bro. I'm giving you very objective answers.
No, you're not. You're not.
As one is to the other, Scotch is. See, like he doesn't want to listen to what I'm saying. Yeah, I don't think. I'll send you the paper for it if you want to read. If you're interested, if you want to debate, then that's a different thing.
Nargis, you're pissing me off because you're not being genuine.
I'm pissing you off because you're not even listening to what I'm saying.
I have no issue debating politics, religion, sociology.
Your weekend is
Muslims, but we are setting the parameters for the topic of the conversation, and you are going outside of the realm of the topic. It's infuriating and retarded. It's low IQ. You can't, of course, there's no evidence that Allah exists. There's no evidence. Nobody can prove that Allah exists. Nobody can prove that Muhammad was a prophet. But that is
I can prove that God exists.
This conversation.
What do you say? I can provide evidence. Bro, please indulge in logic a little bit. You can easily prove God's existence. You can easily prove a worldview. Okay?
That's not even the topic.
So don't make claims like that. It just shows that
the topic is Islam. When you are writing a research paper and you want to scrutinize the Sunniism and Shias, if you're gonna bring the Shia theology, you're gonna say, listen, these guys believe that they have 12 Imam Masums because on the basis of an initial text by the Prophet claiming that he left the book and the family is extended. So all those descendants of his family are Masum. And we Muslims should follow the lead of the descendants of the Prophet because they are the leaders of the religion. That is the Shia theology. It begs the question, why certain descendants of the Prophet and not others? It begs the question. It's a completely normal, objective question that arises from this conversation. Those are the parameters of this conversation. You don't go outside of this parameter to establish something new. Have you ever written a research paper in your life? There's a premise. You only deal with the premise, nothing outside the premise. Fuck.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good afternoon for everyone. I don't understand the argument here, yeah, Prince. I wish you could help me out, because her first claim was you can't prove the existence of Muhammad, right, yeah, Prince?
No,
or something.
I don't say that.
That's not the
She was talking about Masoom, right?
You can talk to me, bro. I'm existent. Do you engage in logic or not? If you don't engage in logic, don't talk to me.
The topic is the Shia belief in 12 Masums.
That's easy to debunk.
Yeah, but objectively,
Actually, I've been waiting just to speak about this Masum. Yeah, I'm gonna go logic as much as I can. You see, Masum, just talk about Masum. What's the meaning of Masum? First of all, our Prophet Muhammad has Masum only for giving us the religion. But as a human being, he made mistakes. Like there is in Surah, Abasa wa Tawalla id ja'ahu al-a'ma. And you can see in other places when he fought a war in Uhud and didn't know that the people will go to behind the mountain and Khalid ibn al-Walid will take a circle. You see, he's a human being, but whatever comes for giving the religion, he have a isma. And this, how do we know? وإنما ما ينطق عن الهوى إنما هو وحي.
وما ينطق عن الهوى بل هو وحي.
Yes. So we have the proof from the Quran itself, and this Ma'sum is for the religion. And our Prophet is the last Prophet. No one have that isma because they don't have the religion. The religion stops with Prophet Muhammad. This is what happens. We cannot just go and claim someone has isma because he's from blood. That means there is a lot of ismas around us we don't know about. And then we can jump into that. No, he's get chosen by who and what and who to declare. Our connections with God for giving instructions ended with the last prophet. This is when this ending of the word, our hijjah will start. They will yuqimu alayna al-hijjah with what they're giving us. So no one's after Muhammad have any right to give or
or establish or make hadith of himself. Even people lived around Muhammad, they only held carrying and gathering Quran and passing what they heard about Muhammad. They didn't even dare to establish hadith. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you sharing all of those information with us, yes, Mister. And I want to add another thing to the things that you've said. There is another ayah which is really clear. The ayah that basically say, يا أيها النبي لما تحرم ما أحل الله لك تبتغي مرضات أزواجك, which is basically translate to you, O Prophet, why do you do tahrim on things that we made it halal? That literally says that even the Prophet himself, he wasn't a sinless guy, So when you apply the same argument or the same logic on the Prophet, and you have to apply the same logic over his grandsons, like the Ma'soom that you follow, which is like Ali and first you got Ali and Hassan and Hussein and Ali Sajjad, etc. till we reach Imam al-Mahdi. And one other thing is, I don't understand the logic behind saying everyone who's related to the Prophet is a Ma'soom or is a sinless. Can't we apply the same logic on Banu al-Abbas? You know who are Banu al-Abbas, right? Those are the literal cousins of the Prophet. You have Abbas was the uncle of the Prophet. Then you have Abdullah ibn Abbas. Abdullah ibn Abbas was the direct cousin for the Prophet. He had a lot of sons, and after 200 or 100 years, we had a whole new caliphate called Khilafat Bani Abbas or Khilafat al-Abbasi. Those same people were the cousins of the Prophet. So I don't understand, why do you apply love and basically praising to a part of the family of the Prophet and remove every single privilege from the other side? I don't understand the logic behind it. And one other thing, I don't know if I've heard you well, or because you were basically disclaiming or trying to disprove the existence of Prophet Muhammad historically. I mean, I can prove that historically without using.
I was not saying any such thing. There's enough evidence for the existence of the historic Muhammad to be so. I would be mad and crazy to make a claim like that. We have enough evidence. In fact, a bit too.
So you guys are sold on the Sunni Iran idea, right?
Oh yeah, I think Sunnis should totally dominate the Middle East.
Hell yeah, go.
Because Sunni dominance beats American dominance.
Fuck you. You're just a little bean in the machine, bro.
Well, I'm still a Roman citizen, so.
America is not Rome, bro.
Yes, it is.
So Rome was a fucking Jewish,
it's the closest thing.
Western liberal democracy.
In terms of how the United
States.
States.
In the beginning, yes.
This is such coke. Oh my god.
No. In the beginning, Rome was very much a Jewish-controlled empire, like the original Rome, right? And we subsumed it later. At the end of the day, we don't need states. Now, to the extent we have states, yes, all states are satanic, so I'd rather be on the side of the winning one.
And guess what? The Jewish lobby did influence Rome back then as it does now, right? When they lobbied Pilate to kill Christ. That was the Jewish lobby.
Yup.
So it sounds like these are Jewish empires instead of Rome. So this is just a new Jew empire.
But look, history always repeats itself, right? History always repeats itself. Ultimately, Rome will do exactly what it did in 70 AD. It's only a matter of time. This is why Netanyahu was warning about the next battle with Rome. He doesn't care about Palestine.
No shit, he doesn't care about Palestine. He conquered Palestine.
The thing is, the Jew, at the end of the day, his greatest fear will always be, people like Francis and Leo. This is what keeps them up at night, nightmarishly. I mean, it's just true. Like, this is literally who they hate and fear more than anyone else, you know?
These are their best friends.
Pope Francis is
These are
the best friend.
their best friends.
Pope Francis is the best friend of the Jews.
No, the new Rome.
Oh, you're talking about America as the architect.
Yeah, your new Rome.
Yeah, I'm not talking about state.
Yeah, he's talking about ecclesiastical Rome, not civil Rome.
Yeah, civil Rome.
What does that even mean?
Okay, civil Rome is basically the West. Western states, Western hegemony, blah, 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 right? We don't need that. But to the extent it exists, I'm more than happy to, benefit from it. Since every state is somewhat satanic, I might as well be part of the most powerful one. And the most powerful one that I'm part of might as well rule, right? So yes, I do support, in that sense, civil Rome.
So you have type. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Bro, this is capitalism, bro. I don't know.
Jack, the same way the Jewish lobby 2,000 years ago leveraged the Roman state to kill our Lord Jesus Christ, they're doing it now with Rome to try and get Rome to deal with Persia. It's the same shit.
Yeah.
God, bro. If I was a Mexican or African Catholic, I would co-pledge this to them.
This is actually true. We don't need simple states whatsoever. We'll still have our days, with or without, we didn't want empires.
But why doesn't Rome respect the Pope? I know they respect Catholicism.
Well, they never originally did it. They crucified Peter. The upside down cross. That's it.
Like the Christian version of Rome.
Yeah, we never say this version of Rome is Christian. We just say it's civil Rome. The only Christian Rome that exists is the Catholic Church. Everything else is just fucking how can these guys not score?
The truth is, none of the two Abrahamics, baptized, none of the two Abrahamics need a state to establish religion. Right?
Yeah, no, we don't.
Beautifully said. There's only one amongst them who requires a state to establish land. Like land, as the land is like, point.
Nardis, are you saying this because you guys are losing your only good state, or what?
No, man. I'm just saying ideologically, no ideology requires a state to assert truth.
Right.
This one particular religion, Judaism, happens to be the only freaking religion that requires a state to assert its truth.
Nardis is actually right. When you see Catholics, like in the simple sense, Rome worshiping and being like, oh, Pax Romana, Pax Americana, it's really just like this. How the fuck do you not get it? Anyway, sorry. It's really just a civilizational adoption, or we don't need it.
It requires material to assert godhood. And how absurd is that? You need land on earth that is temporal, okay?
For the eternal and transcendent.
For eternal to exist. How bizarre is that? How illogical is that? How materialistic is that?
Exactly.
What kind of truth is that? It's false.
Which is why we divide between ecclesiastical Rome and civilizational Rome. Now, ecclesiastical Rome, like we said, we don't need a single state. Now, civilizational Rome, yes, absolutely, but so was it back in the days as well. Now, it's also where I'm from, so I might as well have, the place where I'm from be the powerful satanic state, since all states are kind of satanic now. This isn't
Islam and Christianity expanded. This is not cult. This is ideological truths. Islam and Christianity that expanded still didn't require a state to assert their truth value. Like even if there wasn't a tiniest piece of land, okay, assigned, to say the Muslims or the Christians, Christianity and Islam still lives on, right? Because it doesn't depend on a piece of land or on a location, because its message is said to be eternal, God here is free of, a temporality, of land, of space, of time, etc. This is the only one that either has been fabricated to, assure that land equals God's existence. Do you see how bizarre that is, Raphael? Do you see how false that is?
Well, yeah, it's perverse. I'm going to put up a PTR that encapsulates this in our ideology very well. If I can just find it, I always lose these when I need them. Oh, okay, here we go. Refresh, gorgeous.
Let's look. What did you put on? Learn the difference.
Yep. Hatred of Israel, which is the Catholic Church, is a characteristic of Judaism. The real Israel.
Exactly.
But this guy just said Berbers ain't brown. You're bruh. Come on. Well, what are we doing here? You know what's crazy? I troll Spaniards and I find pics of Algerians that look way whiter than them, and they're just fake, bruh.
Telling you, bruh. I don't know how y'all ended up blacker than us.
That's funny, dude. I've seen North Africans that look way whiter than Southern Spaniards, and they cope about it. Some of the Spaniards are like, well, according to these genetic cluster maps. I'm like, bro, if you have to pull out scientific maps to prove that you're white, you already lost the plot, bro.
Facts. Did you have to do that before?
I have to, yes. I was making a point to tell people that I'm 70% Europe.
Yo, have you ever heard of CI?
Like, shut the fuck up, you nigger.
Yo, have you ever heard of CI?
CI, who?
Christian Identity.
Oh, yeah, they're retarded. They're like PHI, but for white.
Yeah, they're so fucking retarded.
Yeah, they're like,
what is this?
Oh, you gotta look into it.
So, I ran into them on Twitter. They're too fucking retarded, bro. He's saying that, like, salvation is only for the European white people.
You've been on Twitter, baby?
Yeah, I've been going on Twitter recently.
Bro,
it's talking with the valleys.
It's white Hebrew Israelite shit.
It is white Hebrew Israelite, which is funny because I used to call the Ashkenazi Jews white Hebrew Israelites. But these guys are even better than that.
Bro, what are you talking about? I coined that on this app, bro.
I coined it. Shut up.
No, you did not, bro. Ask Mikhail.
I coined it in your room.
Oh my God. This guy just took credit for my Yo, this guy. You know what, bro? Now I know why the Arabs can't stand.
Bro, I coined it in your room. And you left your balls off.
You're appropriating their identity, and now you're appropriating a joke that I coined.
Bro, I did it.
How are you any different than an Israeli?
Bro, when has a Mexican ever created anything? Bro, civilization is a fucking culture.
You motherfucker. You just Israeled my joke.
I chewed you, bro.
Betty Goy. Oh, man.
Man, the life of a guy.
What you eat?
What's good, Willies? How you doing, bro?
What's good? I'm just chilling. But yo, what's this fucking cracker Hebrew bullshit? What do they call it again?
Which one?
Like the one that Benny was talking about. Called CI.
White Hebrews. Christian Israelites.
If I put this in Twitter, I'm not gonna find it. Hold on. Do I have to? I don't know if I gotta turn this into something else. Christian identity.
Christian identity.
Yeah.
Christian identity. Bro, okay, man.
That's kind of a tough one, bro, because like these Hebrew Israelites, they twist the Old Testament to their means. How do you?
These guys twist the New Testament.
How do you twist the New Testament, bro?
What are they?
Yeah.
That's a tough one.
What did this guy say? Benny, what is the Christian identity you say?
That salvation is only for white Europeans.
Oh, say it again.
That salvation is only for the white European man.
What
Bro,
do you
they're just saying that it's Christians for whites only. That's basically.
Yeah, essentially, there's like one verse from the New Testament where it's like the salvation is for like the Galatians and the Scythians, as well as the Judahites or something like that. And then they take that and say, oh, the only people mentioned are like Europeans. But the truth is, the Scythians aren't even European. They're like fucking Tatars that like became like invaded Europe essentially. So it's all retarded, to be honest.
Bro, but you know what? A lot of whites.
But how are they justifying it?
What's
Like,
up,
it's
Zach?
not
Yeah.
God, like they
Instead of saying, I don't get, can we make Nargis Pakistani again?
No, we're making her Sunnis.
How are they gonna justify
The same
it?
the same way Gnostics justify their stuff, Jews justify their stuff.
Hey, don't easy on the mouth.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You cannot
Yeah, be easy on the Gnostics, bro.
You cannot conclude Gnosticism based on the Gospels.
What is Gnosticism?
Oh, it's nice.
It's
like on 5 years old, don't start using big words.
No, I know. I don't even want it.
Gnosticism is Huck, and Huck is with Gnosticism.
Oh my god.
It's so nice.
Never mind, I'll Google it. Fuck this.
You don't want to Google it either. The explanation before.
God.
We explain it to your
I'll just.
okay. I'm not going to throw him as baptizer. He does not do that.
Wait,
Why are you more attracted to it? Baptizer. Why are you not attracted to it? Like, what about it?
Because it's false.
No, I do agree that it's hard to justify Gnosticism with the Gospels that we have. That's why the Gnostics have different Gospels. They say that the truth is actually different Gospels. So in that respect, I agree.
It's false.
I mean, the thing is that the Gnostic Gospels are just as old as like the Gospels that we have. So you can say they're false, sure, but like in terms of historical legitimacy,
I don't
about as much.
I don't deny their historicity, right? But did they come from Christ? Did they come from his apostles? Did they come from the church?
They claim that they do. That's the thing.
Yeah,
they claim that they do. But here's the issue. Who's this?
Hello, guys. Hello.
The issue is history shows that these guys did not hide their message. They were very public about what they were preaching. They were very public about what their churches were preaching. And the people who hated them were like, yeah, these guys would run into our synagogues shouting, Christ is Lord, and blah, 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 blah.
Well, no, the Gnostics also say Christ.
Yes, but not in the way the Gnostics claim it, right? So the idea that the core claim of the Gnostics is that our knowledge is hidden. We were buried underground. We were in secret, right? The idea that,
actually the Gnostics were very open about their teaching.
The Gnostics are the very mystics of Christianity. Like, if you don't understand, just because they're not reading it like as apparent scripture, as apparently as like some a layman would read it, it is not to say that the Gnostics did not realize or manifest the truth in between the lines. This is what Gnostics do.
Their reading is just a bad, self-serving reading of scripture that says that at the end of the day, salvation.
I hate having discourse with people who have opinions.
Okay.
Rather than providing evidence.
Okay, I'm telling you what they believe. We know what they believe. We know that, yes, they all believe that at one point, ontologically, we had the same nature as God. We degraded into what we are, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so I don't see God. I just worked my way back up to being like God. I don't need him to save myself. I can save myself.
It is not to say you are God. It is to say you are in the image of God. This is where, like, you're not understanding the whole philosophy of it. It is as much to say that you are the reflection of the man and not the man himself.
Why are you guys bringing the Bible and the Quran in space here?
Well, they're the ones who brought it. It's not me. You just get angry and I tell them.
No, I need to stop debating people because I'm getting angry and I'm not even on steroids, which is
exactly. It will make you rage. I just told two.
I didn't even present my case. That's the sad part of it. You didn't even listen to. I'll tell you a paper. Maybe you can study it not as a debate. Not as a debate, but more like there's so much to it. There's so many elements.
I'm willing to assign him judgeship on this with baptizing. Okay. Benny and baptizing. We are debating Shiism, right? And we're debating it from an academic objective standpoint, right? So what are the parameters? The parameters are Islam. So we're debating this. These are
you said the parameters are Islam and what else?
No. We're debating Shiism. So the parameters, the logical conclusion of the premise is that the parameters of the premise are within Islam and Shia theology. Okay? So my question was to Narius. According to Shiism, they believe in 12 imams. From Ali, starting with Ali and his descendants, right? My question was, why are all the descendants of Hussein compile the majority of Muslims? Where are the descendants of Hassan? Why specifically the descendants of Hussein from his Persian wife? Why? So initially we started, why even have Muslims? Well, the evidence is that the Prophet said, I'm leaving the book and my family. That's fine. That's the parameter. I'm leaving the book and my family. So given that the Prophet said that he's leaving his family to the Muslims to lead them from a Shia of Hussein from a Persian wife. And then she goes outside of the premise that we're debating and said, well, how do you know that the Prophet is a prophet from God? How do you know it's all fake? Okay, granted, it's all fake. We're debating this academically. The academic text is that the Prophet is leaving, or the self-proclaimed Prophet is leaving the family, the book and the family. So the logical question that arises from this is why this specific lineage of the family and not the entire family? Am I wrong, Benny and Baptizer?
Well, I mean, it doesn't. The thing is, it's not necessarily a strong argument for or against, because, like, okay, you can have, because as long as it's within the descendants, it doesn't matter particularly which line. But for the same reason, it doesn't matter particularly which line. It also doesn't matter if it just comes from one line either. So it's just not really like.
No, I understand, but
no, I think it's more so a paternal issue. No.
They're making the argument that it's a faith claim, much as prophethood is based on faith claim. If you're doing an internal critique, right? Much as any prophet who comes forth and says,
No. You're misunderstanding.
Is the same premise of.
No, you're misunderstanding.
This is what they're setting up.
No. This is what she does.
No, I guess what
No, you're not. No, Prince, I think what it is, I don't know much about Shia, but I think what it is about lineage, right? So, Muhammad never left a male.
It's not about lineage. This is why you need to define each term, right?
I don't know. I think it's more so.
Who is that imam? Is it lineage based? Is it not? Like, these are things you need to establish first.
I'm asking you an academic question, regardless of what you know.
Yeah, like the
It's not academic. It's an internal critique.
No, like the speech of Ghadir. The Ghadir Qom thing, right, where he like reads the Quran and the lineage, right? The family.
Yes.
Okay, so in that case, the family, because we're a paternal, we're a patriarchal society, the family has to be from a paternal lineage.
Yes,
right? So Muhammad didn't have any sons who had sons.
Correct. So he had
So you would move back a step, right? And you get to Ali. Ali, right?
Agreed.
He was his cousin. So he would have inheritance from a paternal lineage.
Here's the key point. That Ali had two sons, Hassan and Hussein.
Yeah.
The Shia focus only on the lineage coming of Hussein, and they
Hassan dies in the lifetime of
Did
Hussein.
Hassan, hold on, did Hassan have kids?
Live in the same period of time. That's why I said
Yeah, I know. No, so Hassan had kids?
Yes.
Hassan had kids. Hassan died. Hussein is alive still. Therefore, the brother gets the.
That would make sense.
Yeah, and
well, I mean, it depends on your rules of succession, right? So, like, if you take the British.
Benny, hold on. How, Benny, again, from an academic perspective, the parameter is the speech of Ghadir. I'm leaving the book and my family. He didn't specify, right? So if he didn't specify, it doesn't matter if Hassan died, because Ali also died.
Yeah, so Ali passes it on to his son.
So it passes on to Hassan.
So who's the older? Hassan or Hussein? Hold on. Who's older, Hassan or Hussein?
Hassan is older, and he dies during the lifetime of Hussein. Yeah.
Okay, and yeah, actually, so I get what Prince said. So theoretically, Hassan is older, then you should take it from Hassan's lineage, not Hussein.
But then it's Ahlul
And Hassan had kids, right? Hassan had a male lineage.
Yeah, but the brother is alive, right?
And then
but he specifies for the Ahlul Bayt.
So you ignore Hassan's lineage and you focus on Hussein.
Yes. Do you know why?
Yeah, that is problematic.
Do you know why?
I'll tell you why, because he also proclaims who the Ahlul Bayt are, right?
Because the wife of Hussein said the Masums that they believe in all descend from a single Persian wife of Hussein.
Subhanallah.
It's not
Here's the thing. This Solver ideology, this is essentially DHI, but from a Persian stamp.
I don't really see
this as you're not doing an internal
I'm literally doing an internal critique.
So basically, like, specifying who the Ahlul Bayt is, right? I mean, I have a paper on it.
Yeah, they are not only the descendants of Hussein.
But Bani Adam, we also believe all the prophets came.
That's why I gave you Harun and Musa, right?
We believe specifically all the prophets came specifically from the line of Levi.
No. Absolutely, that's not true. No. There were several prophets that weren't even Israelites.
Okay, yeah, a few exceptions here, but the overwhelming
came from even that's not true. No, I mean, you can say Jacob, maybe, but not Levi specifically.
I'm pretty sure most of them come from Levi. Moses, Elijah.
Why do you guys branch out? Please, for the love of God, stop.
We are doing an internal critique.
Listen.
On the final, I don't see really.
I'm not a Muslim for the sake of the conversation. I'm dealing. Stop branching out branches. Don't piss me off.
Bro, I don't know why you're getting into
because the baptizer, we're doing an internal critique of Shia theology. That's it. We have to include the Old Testament.
This is an issue. I don't like it enough.
Because of the rules of succession. No, it's because of the rule of succession in a patriarchal society. It would go from, the man to his son, to his son, to his son. If there's no son, you would move back a step and find the closest male heir.
Yes, but put that on the side for a second. I'm not a Muslim, okay, for the sake of this conversation. I am coming at this from a purely academic and objective standpoint. The text, the original text that I'm dealing with to explain to myself and to others Shia theology, or one of the main components of Shia theology, is the speech from Ghadir when the Prophet said, I'm leaving to you Muslims, I'm leaving to you the book, the Quran, and my family. Right? It is reasonable to conclude that the Prophet left all of his family to us. Right? So the Prophet, yes, he did not have sons, right? He had Fatima, who married Ali. Okay, so we're dealing with the lineage of Ali. As Sunni, I don't believe in that, but for the sake of this argument, I'm not even Muslim, right? So the initial original text deals with the family as a whole. My question is, how did Shia deduce only one line from the family Where are the rest? And if you claim that all of the Prophet's family are Masoom, which they do, that's how you end up with the descendants of Hussein or Masoom, then why aren't all the others Masooms? And why don't you follow all the others? And why don't you include them in your books and your hadith and in your prayers? Why? So Nagas comes and it's faith. It's a faith claim. Of course, all of it is faith claim. But I'm writing a freaking paper on Shia theology, and those are the parameters. You want to talk about Jupiter? You get it? Hello.
Hello.
أقول لك على حاجة. طب look. I've been silent this whole time, and I'm thinking like we're here just to troll the Shias. But I want to say something. According to them, Hussein will be the next Imam.
Where is the proof that it's by designation?
We don't have proof. For us, we don't have proof.
We're dealing with the original text of the father of Islam, that's what we're gonna like from objective. The father of Islam said, my family. He designated his entire family. So who the fuck is this Shia piece of shit who claims, oh, it's just the descendants of Hussein? I'm dealing with the original text. Why can't you guys see what I'm talking about? Baptizer, am I going nuts, bro? I don't get it.
I mean, I'm approaching it from a logical critique. Like, if you want to say that this isn't the correct line, that's fine. But if you want to say that it's an illogical line of descent, I would reject that. For me, there are much stronger.
Don't believe in all of that theology, but I'm just saying, why one line and not the other?
Because the people have fuck up descendants, bro. Like, you know.
Because it refutes their theological divine claim regarding this. That's the point.
What about it?
Why the Prophet specified? If you can't prove to me the Prophet specified only the descendants of Hussein, you've lost.
No, because
and here's another claim, and I will give you another. Yallah, the Prophet said, I'm leaving the book and my family. Did the Prophet say my family is Muslim?
No, but I mean, with the first one, the issue is all the descendants of Hussein will be descendants of Muhammad anyway.
Saddam, if I could chime in a little bit.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, you're making some really good points. You could argue that there is no direct saying where everybody in my family is Muslim, right? However, there are entailments. For example, why Hussein, right? Well, it would be a very good argument that.
No, let's deal with Muslim first. Do you agree with me that there's no evidence that he said that the family is Muslim?
Not exactly. I agree that you could make the argument either way.
I think you're Shia, but try to come at this from an objective.
Yeah. I'm perfectly along with you. So when we take on, for example, 3333, and we have Taharno min al-Rijsa.
Yes.
That makes a stronger argument that this particular group from Ahl al-Kisab have a stronger authority, and that's why they would be the five, which would entail Hussein. So, that would be one claim as to why it went to Hussein instead of any one of the sons of Hassan. Does that make any sense, or would you agree with that, or disagree? I don't know. What do you think of that?
Okay, but you know what the problem with that is? Like, this is gonna, and I didn't want to do this, but this is gonna take us into a much bigger conversation about who is Ahl al-Bayt, because what you have to understand is...
I agree with you on that. I consider all of them.
We can't even approach this without taking into consideration the linguistics of the Arabs at the time and the culture. When we say Ahl al-Bayt at the time, it is understood among the Arab tribes to mean the wives.
That is true.
Wives of the house.
That is true. I'm from Ahlul Bayt actually as well. And yeah, I agree with you in that sense. I don't have a Hosseini lineage, but to have, for example, we know the evidence is we have the hadith from both Sunni and Shia actually.
Can you help me with something?
Sure.
Okay. And please, like, put your Shia bias on the side. So
no worries, I'm probably the most unbiased.
He's not Shia, bro. Chill.
Oh, he's not Shia. Thank God. Okay. That's good.
I mean, some will consider me Shia, some will not. So it just really depends.
You're a heretic. It's okay.
Yeah,
so I'm willing to accept all of this. I'm willing to accept the family is Masul. Okay, the descendants are Imam and they're Masul. My question to you is, where's the evidence that it stops at number 12? And why aren't the descendants of the 12 Imams who live among us today are not Masul? And why are they not Imams?
This is an excellent question. For those who accept critical history, then yeah, the 12 specifically becomes problematic as why it stops at 12. However, at the same time, when we go back and examine, we have within even just within Sunni sources, we have the narrations of the 12. So 12. When I was looking into this,
Can you
I asked. I don't have it off the top of my head, brother. I'd have to look it up for you.
Look it up, please.
You don't know about it? Let's see. I have it in a. Ironically, I have it in a Shia book because they pointed it out. But
so are you Shia? But the Shia don't consider you to be Shia because you have some like different beliefs.
Wait, so Muhammad,
yeah, something like that.
You don't think that the Prophet said in his hadith that there will be 12 khulafa or 12 imams who will in which the religion will remain aziz, so that يبقى الدين فيه aziz? You don't.
No, I don't. No, that's there. That's there. That's what I'm saying. Is that is there.
So that's the hadith you use as the evidence that you will have 12 imams, right?
I don't make that argument, but that is one of the arguments. No, that is one of the arguments. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Cool. What is that hadith quote? Can you explain it to me?
في حديث عن النبي عليه الصلاة والسلام حديث صحيح. In English, I'll translate it as best as I can. It says that Islam will remain a strong religion until during 12 khulafa or 12 caliphs after me, and then after the 12th caliph it will start failing. There are many opinions regarding
12 caliphs.
I think in the hadith it says khulafa. It says khulafa.
If it says khulafa, objectively we cannot enter this evidence.
So it differs between
none of those imams were khulafa.
So it differs. Correct. No, some of them were, but none of them.
Only Ali.
Al Hassan.
Okay. Two.
Yeah. The idea is it differs between the Shia and Sunni interpretation, and the Sunnis have different interpretations between each other. Just to be clear, we also interpret it differently. The Shias will use this as evidence of their 12 imams. For us, there are some interpretations. Some say it ends at Hisham ibn Abd al-Malik. Hisham ibn Abd al-Malik is the Umayyad Khalifa. And some others say we don't know. Some others pick in a different order. It doesn't mean necessarily that they are all after each other. It differs between.
They can't name more than 6 from the Sunnis.
Sorry?
They can't name more than 6 or 7 from the Sunnis.
No, you can. You can. No, I can name it right now if you want. But it's basically starting from the Abu Bakr as-Siddiq until Hisham ibn Abd al-Malik. By the way, after Hisham ibn Abd al-Malik's death, the Umayyad Caliphate started to collapse. So it's like it could be like evidence. after that was Al-Walid, Khalifa Al-Walid, who we call Walid al-Fasiq. He's basically when he started ruling, the caliphate started to collapse, and eventually, after a few years, the Abbasids took over. So, depending on how you count it, though, I personally don't know, but some consider it like that after Hisham ibn Abd al-Malik.
Yeah, I think that's people do try to make that argument, but it's really a stretch though with that.
Of course, it's a stretch.
It's a very big stretch.
Huge, and then they're struggling to find names.
Yeah, I would say
I can name it.
When we're sticking within the Ahl al-Bayt, there's a much stronger argument, whether you're an Ismaili or a Zaydi or even a Twelver. The only problem with the Twelver is when we reach to the Imam al-Muntadhar, who suddenly disappears. Either he was born and lived secretly and then died, or he wasn't born at all.
That out, actually. Like if you're going through historical critical method, then that becomes like a big question mark. I think esoteric for you are the Mahdi, like live like one, etc. So this whole hiding business, I don't know, it's more like a message saying that live like ours and you're the 12, something to that effect. I mean, the Ismailis don't take that, but I think that a more honest 12er, if they made that claim, that would be a more reasonable claim than to say that he is in hiding and will appear, which is the traditionalist Shia claim. So, I mean, Modarisi has some good work on how the 12th, is really not the 12th. So.
Ahmad, where are you from? Me? Yeah. I am in California right now. Are you Arab or South Asian? I am Bahraini and Danish Californian. Your dad is Bahraini? I'm Bahraini. And the Farsi? لا هولي.
No, Farsi. Ahmed is Fahmi, he's lovely.
Whatever is correct. That's why. So therefore, there are things from Shia schools that are mythologies, and there are things from the Sunni schools that are mythologies.
Myth and legends, yeah, exactly.
When something is not, when something is not,
maybe one thing that Sunnis engage with, that result in shirk.
Well, that result in shirk. Well, I don't consider anything that, or most of the stuff that Shia do to be shirk. So
yeah, Ali Madad.
None of that is shirk.
Why you call him on a dead man?
That's a different subject. We weren't even discussing this.
Be reasonable. You know it doesn't make any sense.
He's not like methodical in the way he thinks.
Muhammad is done all like and stuff.
Why are we switching the subject? Why are we
methodical in the way he thinks.
This wasn't the subject though.
He's not methodical.
That's not the subject. Even Sunnis use madad and tawassul and istighath and all of the everything.
The real Sunnis use istighasa from
Okay, first Prince, are you a Salafi Wahhabi? Is that your position?
Yeah.
Okay, I mean very clearly. First of all, your position contradicts the Quran.
I don't like so.
Okay, well, me neither, because I aim for the truth, right? So the labels don't really matter to me. Neither do the boxes of schools, right?
I agree with many things that Salafis do, but I'm telling you, like the main thing to me is that none of them result in shirk like Shia.
I would disagree. I would say the entire Salafi school is shirk.
It's based on falsehood.
I would say it's even
Give me an example.
Because you refuse to follow. Do you take Ali as the appointed leader after the Prophet?
How is that shirk?
That is shirk.
You know what shirk is?
You take any.
Is it a Sharia mandate? What if the prophet appoints somebody as he has my authority, right? Which I accept that this the prophet's authority, that man ana awla alasta ana awla minkum, and everyone said yes.
Even that
is absolutely shirk.
That is shirk. You're not doing as your Rasul.
That is 100% shirk, because in the way that we have taken an authority, a Sharia, other than what Allah has given us.
You know what the definition of shirk is?
We can have different definitions.
No, you can't.
Yes, we can.
You have taken authority other than God. You have taken
an authority, a Sharia, other than from Allah.
Yeah, I'll tell you what,
that is
something
shirk.
else.
That is, no, hold on. I'm gonna tell you.
That is shirk.
No.
Taking an authority in a Sharia other than from Allah.
No, not true. If you don't go with Sharia, then you've committed kufr, not shirk. You don't understand the definition.
An authority other than God is assigning authority to something else. When authority to something else is assigned, then there are two gods, Allah and that other authority.
I don't understand that the Prophet wanted on Ali, he would have said it.
He did. It's mutawatir.
Bro, that's
100,000. The most related hadith in the Sunni and the Shia caucus. Look over.
The hadith of the Prophet say very similar things about Omar or Abu Bakr.
Except it was not done in
Except that they are all weak. Every single one of them. How do I know? Because I looked into it. Every single one of them.
No, not true. The things he said about Abu Bakr are not sahih.
Are they mutawatir?
Did they also take place in
None of them are mutawatir. So yes, it does. And in my methodology, it does, because they contradict each other.
Your methodology is irrelevant because you're taking our ilm and applying it to you. It's ours. We decide what is it, not you.
No, ilm al-rijal. Let's agree that it's a methodology, okay?
No, it's the Sunni.
There's usuli, there's rijali, there's akhbari, there's so many methods.
It is, brother, hold on. Let's calm down, because I don't really care who has what and who doesn't have.
It's ilm al-rijal.
Shias have usuli, Shias have akhbari, Shias have rijal. There's many methods.
Shias also, actually what you're saying is wrong. It's actually wrong. Well, Shia also have ilm al-rijal. Shia also have rijal. Shia also have sanad. Shia also have silsilas. They have chains.
Shia don't.
Study them. Yes, they do.
Everything you're saying is completely wrong. Everything you're saying is a lie.
Ignorance is something you've heard. We are telling you. We can provide evidence for it.
I mean, I can give you 10 chains off of, right now.
Omar entering the house of Ali and breaking the rib of Fatima. Is that sahih?
Yeah, look how he shifts the goalpost. He goes to a particular method to discuss the principles. He doesn't debate logic.
Why are you making a claim? Why are you jumping to one argument to another when I haven't made that argument?
Your mind doesn't have anything.
You're shifting your goalposts. You're shifting your goalposts and you're jumping from one subject.
The Shia don't have Sahih Hasan al-Sahih.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't. Okay, it's Ali. It's
They do. They use the usuli, akhbari, and rijal.
Omar entered the house of Ali.
It's a particular. It doesn't matter.
It's extremely life.
Bring me the evidence of the right now. It's just life.
It's extremely life.
No, go ahead. You have to.
How do I know? Because there's only one witness.
No. Hold on. Is there any of your scholars that sat down and actually graded all of your ahadith?
No.
Like Sahih and Bukhari and
Yes.
They sat down and they graded, right?
Yes, they do. Okay. Hold on, and let's not call them my scholars. They are just simply scholars from a different school.
Yeah, I'm not saying you in particular, like your groups.
I don't claim them as my scholars.
Hold on. It's very easy.
refute me right now, bring that hadith from the book. I think it was in Al-Anwar.
That particular hadith, why should I bring that one? I agree with you on that one.
He agrees with you.
Are you deaf? I just told you, I agree with you that didn't happen.
Majlisi.
No. You said it was da'if, and not that it didn't happen. But more importantly, what he's asking you,
trust me, they don't have Sahih al-Bukhari.
There is a method of gradation. Don't be a jahil.
Bring, show us the book where it says right. Show us.
It's a lot of Majlisi's book.
Yeah, bring it. Listen, Benny, this is what they do. They compile a whole bunch of hadith in a single book, and there's no da'if and sahih. And some don't even have isnad and
they have isnad. They have
sanad. That's why they stick only sanad. Bro, these are all claims. This is sounding jahil. If you're an academic, nobody will
Okay, bring it. Okay, why you guys talk? You just bring it.
Okay, just go get Al-Kafi and open it up and see if they have chains.
Okay, bring Al-Kafi and show me Sahih al-Bukhari. You see, they pick and choose. So if you ask us,
do you mean if it specifically says a gradation is a sahih or da'if?
I can't find
that depends on, I suppose that depends on the book. Is it in Al-Kafi specifically? I don't think so. That would be according to, you would have to look at the gradations from Maraja themselves.
Ooh, where's good? Did they meet? I can't find my wallet.
I have a copy right here in front of me.
Oh my God, did I? No, I didn't.
Why are we jumping like... You just jumped like 5 different subjects in 5 minutes since I came up.
They're not logically sequenced. They're not rational arguments. There's a mix of particular...
Your original discussion was why Hussein...
The moment I pick up like a lack of like logical sequencing in the way a dialogue is,
it's completely illogical.
I definitely like back off because
he couldn't hold his first argument.
Yeah, he couldn't hold it. It's a very biased way of looking at things.
He told me, he asked me not to be biased. I agreed because I'm not biased.
He's so biased.
I'm probably the only one who isn't biased.
Yes. It's like
your first discussion was about why Hussein instead of Hassan.
Yeah, you didn't prove it.
It's not about proving. I gave you a discussion as to why Hussein would be a logical reason to go forth because he is an Ahl al-Kisa. He's one of the 5 main leaders. Therefore, he's still leading, and that would be the authority of where you would go to. That's very reasonable. That's a very reasonable position, I think.
No, it's not because you're bringing proof from something in the Shia books.
You mean from the Quran? Yeah,
it's from the Quran and it's mutawatir. Sorry, it's mutawatir, Sunni sources and Shia sources. It's extremely mutawatir. Look it up, buddy. You have a computer, right?
What does it say?
What does it say? What does what say?
What does the Quran say about Hussein?
That he's a part of the Mutahirin. That he's a part of the Mutahirin, right? Okay, I'm talking specifically about Ahl al-Kisa. This is a hadith.
You said
the Quran says it's Mutahirin, right? The Quran says that Ahl al-Bayt is Mutahirin. Yes.
Only the wives.
No problem. I agree with that. No problem. But Ahl al-Kisa... No, she's not. Ahl al-Kisa, she is. Ahl al-Kisa, you can't, look, man, if you reject Ahl al-Kisa, you have a very big problem, all right? You're not even a Sunni at that point, all right? You're probably a Zionist Jew or something. Ahl al-Kisa is a very big part of Sunni theology, okay? It's not a Shi'i thing, it's an everybody thing. If you're a Muslim, Ahl al-Kisa is important to you. And Hassan, Hussein, Fatima, Ali are all part of Ahl al-Kisa.
Ahl al-Kisa? I've never heard this term before.
That's a very big problem.
Well, I'm not.
Benny Goy. You just came up. Are you a Sunni, Shia, non-Muslim?
Non-Muslim.
Okay. So the reason why...
Logically, there's no sequencing. I stopped engaging a while ago because my mind doesn't take lack of sequencing.
The reason why most Sunni, probably most majority
This is from the hadith about Muhammad grabbing the cloak and then covering it.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So this is a part of both Sunni and Shia theology, right? And it's very strong. It has a lot of evidences for it. It has a lot of chains for it. But people want to dance around these things, and it's connected to the Quran. And so it produces a strong argument.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. How does it not? I'll tell you why it doesn't.
And compared to what? Omar? And compared to what? Abu Bakr?
Yes, there are many.
No, they're broken. The chains that you're talking about Omar and Abu Bakr, they're broken chains. Or they go through a singular chain. Okay, it's like a singular chain. Ahad. Right?
You know what's funny? You're using the methodology that the Sunnis developed and use it to convince us what it means and it doesn't mean. It doesn't work that way. To us, it doesn't matter if it's mutawatir or not. Most of our hadith are not mutawatir. To us, what matters is da'if or sahih.
No, that's wrong. That's wrong. What you're saying is wrong. It matters. What you're saying is wrong. You're lying about your own about the Sunni system. You're lying about the Sunni system.
No, you're right in that most of the hadith are not.
Okay, do we follow
But
hadith or no?
Yeah, but see that no, but hold on, Prince. It would matter on who you ask. Like this was the point in conjunction with the Mu'taziliyya. Yeah, Mu'taziliyya. They only took Sahih Mutawatir. Right?
Habibi, Mu'tazila are nobody's talking about mainstream.
No. Well, back in the day, they were mainstream Sunni.
Yeah, Habibi, Mu'tazila was not okay, and they're gone. They were gone.
Yeah, they're gone now. But that's the thing is that historically speaking.
Historically speaking, Mu'tazila is only a short period of time.
Yeah, but a pretty significant period of time under which, their methodology was significant.
Sufis were significant in Ottoman.
Sufis are still significant. They're still significant. Sufis are very
that I'm talking about. The group that I'm talking about, you guys do this with partnership where you go to a fringe minority and you want to apply to mainstream. The point is, us as Sunnis, historically and today.
No, the Salafi is the minority.
We don't.
The majority Sunni position is the Ash'ari.
No. If it's mutawatir, there's even more legitimacy.
Now listen, if a hadith is mutawatir, it outweighs ahad. Okay? If a hadith contradicts, hold on, Prince. If a hadith is singular, ahad, you can take it, but it does not become. If it's not, you cannot force it to be hadith. Prince, don't say us Sunnis. Prince, don't say us Sunnis because you're not following a traditional, authentic Sunni position.
Salafis are very small minority.
I challenge.
Salafis or Salafis. You're not Sunni.
I challenge you to bring me a single Islamic scholar that says we refuse hadith ahad. 90% of our hadith is ahad.
No. He's not saying that they refuse ahad. He's saying that the ones that are mutawatir have more authority than the ones that are ahad.
Yes, if they contradict each other. Listen, Prince, you're making a straw man. You're lying against me now.
We take all hadith mutawatir and ahad as significant.
Yes, they are. Listen.
Yes, but the ones that are mutawatir have more legitimacy, more credibility than the ones that are ahad.
It does. If they contradict each other, which one do you take? If they contradict each other, which one do you take?
Mutawatir, of course.
You have to take mutawatir. It is wajib. At that point, you must take mutawatir.
Don't make abstract statements here, Nancy. Bring me the evidence that we have contradictory hadith.
Listen, we have contradictory hadith.
Oh my God.
In fact, Bukhari had. In fact, I'll lay another bombshell on you. Bukhari has over 1,000 hadith by somebody who was a liar. How about that bombshell?
What's his name?
Sahih al-Bukhari has over 1,000 narrations from somebody who was a liar and mudallis.
Okay.
Including the Malikiya and everybody that was with him in Medina, stopped taking from him when he moved to Kufa.
Bring the name and bring the evidence that they did it.
Look up Imam Malik and what he said about what was his name? Yahya? No, not Yahya. The person who gave the chain for Aisha being 6 and 9. It's a fabrication.
Bring the name, ya Habibi. Bring the name and bring the evidence from Maliki, from...
look it up. Look it up. Look it up. I'm not going to do your homework for you. Look it up. Look it up. Look it up. Really, for anybody listening.
I didn't want to take it.
For anybody listening.
The whole religion will be destroyed.
Everything Prince has been saying
The whole
is
religion will be
fabrication.
destroyed.
Get the fuck down, you Farsis. You're gonna teach us Islam. One is a Farsi in Bahrain who became Arabized, and the other one is a Persian Iranian. Bring the evidence. You made a lot of claims in abstract. Bring the evidence. Prove me wrong. Shit on me in front of all these people. Bring me evidence that Maliki said this guy has 1,000 hadith and he's a mudallis.
What I said is that Maliki says we do not teach on this person anymore. Hold on. What am I saying? What am I saying? Maliki said we do not take from him at this stage when he went to Kufa because his memory was no good. They gave him an excuse. But what is the reality? The reality is he's a mudallis.
2 minutes ago he was a mudallis.
Yeah, he is a mudallis.
Now it's about memory?
Look, can you just...
You're full of shit. Wallah, you're full of shit. He wants to teach me how we Sunnis take our hadith. Habibi, Benny, don't make things you don't understand. Go ask any Sunni. Online, offline, go check the scholars. To us, mutawatir doesn't have more significance. As long as the hadith is sahih, ahad, or mutawatir, we take it. Period.
No, but the mutawatir has a higher degree of significance.
In fact, you see, yes, but we still take it.
No, nobody's saying you don't take it. Nobody's saying you don't take the ahad hadith. We're saying that the mutawatir has more legitimacy, more credibility than dude, just think about it, man. Is that if you heard something from one person, you heard something from several people,
I know.
Obviously you're gonna think the one from several people is more legitimate. You would refer to the multiple sources. That's why you're saying that mutawatir a'la min al-ahad.
Again, it's an abstract statement that doesn't mean shit. Give me a contradiction from ahad and mutawatir and show me that we went to the mutawatir because of competition. Yalla.
Okay.
That's the point. You guys keep making statements and generalities because you know once you get into the details, you look like a fucking clown. It's like a Qurani. Oh, if the hadith contradicts the Quran, that's why I take the Quran. Okay, bring me the hadith that contradicts the Quran. Nothing.
I don't want to go.
Okay, bring them. Again, abstracts. They hide in the generalities. Because once we get into the details and I start dissecting, they look like a clown. Like Muhammad down there. First, the guy was a mudallis. And Maliki said he's a mudallis. And now Maliki said he has memory issues. Damn. So fucking disingenuous. And no, Muhammad, you did not make the claim. You did not prove the claim that Hussein, that the Muslims are from the same mold. You did not prove that claim. Because you can't. Your entire theology is fucking made up. The Prophet said really nice things about Umar, about Abu Bakr, and it's Sahih. And he said nice things about Salman al-Farisi and other people, just like he did with Ali. It doesn't mean that he appointed Ali. The Prophet can't speak, can't say clearly in the ear. Ali is the Prophet after. He couldn't say that. He had to leave it, make a broad statement about his love for Ali instead of saying make him the Caliph, the Khalifa. What a bunch of people. And I don't Much like the Jews. Yeah, subhanAllah. What a coincidence. Rich Ahl al-Bayt. He's talking about his wives. Ahl al-Bayt are the wives. That's how the Arabs understood Ahl al-Bayt. Even today, traditional Arabs, even at Bani Adam's shitty Syrian shows, when they say Ahl Bayt means my women, my wives, my daughter. Well, today it means some say good daughters, but back then it meant wives. These fuckers just make shit up and hope it sticks. Niggas. Yeah, Ali, you dead? I said it's dead. I said it's dead. Fatima said you're just like Catholics. You stole from the Jews and you stole from the Catholics. Catholics don't pray for faith. Your faith talking about who? Go stand next to the grave of the prophet and scream until next year. Ya Muhammad, he can't hear you, bro. He's dead. He's a man. Wallah, this is why we Sunnis are the purest of this guy. Only oneness of Allah. Only oneness. None of that bullshit. Nigga. Come on, pause over. Stop. Practice the verb. Hello.
Hello?
I can't hear anybody.
No, you're good.
Okay. What happened? The room changed?
No, talk until Prince comes. When Prince comes back, he's gonna move you down again. No, just we were talking. No, listen.
Everything out, bro.
So I checked it on ChatGPT. Like I put a
and there actually is like, it's not like major, but like there was a.
Citizens of the temple! With but a flick of my third eye, I shall command the pituitary gland and balance the hormones of the universe! Witness! Oh, that is definitely not the spellbook. Hey! Oh! Citizens of...
I sit still and listen to my own breath. I can feel the switch inside my head. The hypothalamus lights up first.
I haven't found this glowing map of the...
If you want to get polemical, we can use the one with the hadith that talks about him being affected by Sahar. And the Quran says that no Sahar shall touch him, right?
No. We're not talking about. We're saying that like you have a hadith that's ahad, and you have a hadith that's mutawatir, and there's any kind of conflict between the two, you would go with the mutawatir as opposed to the ahad, even if both of them are sahih.
You know,
I mean, it just makes sense.
yes, but you have to, because when you have two contradictions, you're gonna just take the weakest evidence. That's illogical.
That would also be the explanation of HCM for like Jesus being crucified, right? So HCM will say that because the testimony was so much, like that many thousands of people, whatever, witnessed it, therefore it is true, right? And similarly, like the testimony in court is evidence. So the more, the merrier. And that would hold true for like hadith or anything as a principle, that would hold true. So like these people just don't want to engage, like I don't know.
Again, read the fucking contradiction. Bring them, show them.
Hey, why are you being disrespectful? You can just engage. No. Like this is why, like I don't hold to any of this. By the way, none of this matters to me. If you're having like an academic discussion, none of this. I don't own anything. I don't hold to anything.
The entire conversation was just entirely bad faith, Prince.
Yeah, it's not based on
prejudice. You assume that I'm lying. You assume that I'm taking shade 12 or
In fact, he doesn't even take any of this, and he's
it's actually, in fact, you lied against me because I didn't make the claims that you said I did. You didn't even listen. You just got defensive and emotional.
محمد انت بحراني او عجمي؟ هولي يعني انت سني. Okay.
It comes from government spending too as well, right? I think that people miss that. We have
No, Huli. In Bahrain, there's four kinds. There's four kinds of Bahrain. Bahrani, Al-Huli, Wal-Ajami. Al-Huli is a Sunni from a Persian background.
Anyway, backgrounds are irrelevant in an academic conversation. I only care about the academics. This was supposed to be an academic conversation.
I told him I don't hold to any of these.
Can you guys hear me? Hello?
I mean, at this point, I'm not even sure if it's worth listening to you.
Yeah, bro.
Bro, you say that.
No, we can't hear you anymore.
I don't hear him. So, in many of the Sunni schools, in Madhahib, each one has a slightly different methodology. We can agree that they have differences. But when there is a singular ahadith, a ahad, even if it's sahih, if it's ahad, then you can accept it, but it does not apply necessarily to, for example, positions of aqidah, positions of theology. Within the Salafi school, however, that's completely different. So we can agree that we have a very different methodology, and that's just a fact. I don't accept that a ahad hadith can be compulsory, that we must take it, even if it is sahih, and especially.
Took a fucking nap. I woke up and you guys are arguing in my ear, bro.
can see, like, if you hold to a position, right, how emotional this can be, or like close to home this can be. If you don't hold to a position, it's much easier to sort of lay it out.
And Prince, you wanted the evidence. I think somebody put it in the chat actually about the hadith that I was talking about. We can look it up.
Dude, remember those guys used to do these polemical arguments, Mohammed?
I really hate polemics. I really do.
They used to do this 24 hours, the Rafid and group and those.
I hate all polemics.
I learned all this from them. I didn't even know these existed. I had no idea. But it allowed me to actually go research, and I think I'm quite grateful for that. Now, can all of them be debunked? Absolutely. All these are debunkable. And all these are acceptable too. It's just, eventually it ends up in like where you put your faith in and how you approach truth. If you're approaching it truly through like a rational means, through like credible sources, as much as we can get a hold of, then that is what I will accept, right? So irrespective of who's who and what holds what.
Yo, Benny Adam.
What's up, man?
Hey, you're Orthodox.
Yeah.
Do you agree with me that you sometimes come upon somebody who's Orthodox, like Luxic, who makes wild claims that are not within the faith or is not mainstream in Orthodoxy?
Somebody makes a claim that's not mainstream Orthodox.
Welcome to the temple of
like Luxic, right?
Here, we shape ideas based on the shape rhythm. The brain for you is not merely sculpture, it is memory given light. Focus on its rhythm and you'll flow to the temple.
Armenians are Oriental Orthodox, not Eastern.
Be that as it may, the point is there are people who can claim they're Sunni, they're Shia, but they make wild claims that are not mainstream nor accurate. And that's what Muhammad is doing. It is not true.
He didn't make any claims.
He did. It is not true that Sunnis reject a single ahad hadith. A single ahad hadith. We don't.
No, I never said that they do.
And again, he never said that they do. He said
no, in the traditional madahib, in the four madahib, okay, I don't know, but I'm not familiar with Hanbali. Best. Okay. Especially for Maliki, you don't hold a Maliki, Shafi'i, and Hanafi. You don't hold necessarily that the singular hadith can be forced as the aqidah. You can accept it, but it does not become necessarily a aqidah.
Who said it's who said hadith is aqidah to begin with? Are you crazy? Do you know what aqidah is? Bro, this guy could just throw words and think it's gonna stick because he argues, because he debates with non-Arab Muslims. Aqidah has nothing to do with hadith. Are you crazy? Yes, aqidah has nothing to do with hadith. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Okay. Yallah, bring the proof. Yallah, bring the proof.
Maliki and the Hanafi, the hadith is a part of aqidah. All right, it does have to do with it is from them.
It is part of aqidah, but you claiming that the hadith is the aqidah.
You're making something else that I don't
know. You do this shit. You do this shit. When you get pulled out, you do this.
Why do you keep making stuff up?
Okay,
that's what I want to know.
Did you or did you not
stuff up about?
Did you or did you not claim that Anas bin Malik is a mudallis according to Malik?
Anas bin Malik?
Did you not?
No.
Yes.
No.
You fucking nigga.
No, don't, and then please don't curse. Ramadan, and I have my daughter with me. Okay? I have my children with me. Please don't curse.
You did?
No, that wasn't my claim. Again, you have a problem with
say that there's 1,000 hadith. There's 1,000 hadith.
Some
yeah, man.
It's a samkhan, not a smack.
One second. Your Prince, can you hear me? And chill out. Prince, don't cuss words with this kid. We can't hear you at all. bro.
He said
there's a Sahabi who has 1,000 hadith and goes like, that's what that is.
Come on, Holly, do a reset on your point. You gotta start over, brother. Sorry.
Oh, no, man.
Look, here's my whole point.
Where he was sitting, and there was more than 6,000 people in the room. So
Lion points out, I forget, I think it was in the 13th juz. I forget the surah was pointed at. Allah says that if Allah chose,
that was the Christ. Some of them said that was the Christ in 1818, and then we say that no, that prophet like Moses there isn't Jesus. It's not him. He's not the final.
In a couple of minutes, I will give the room rules, and that will take us to the top of the hour. And Gary's opening salvo, which hopefully will encourage you to come up to the stage and join Alan and I here. Brian, welcome to the room. Welcome to the stage. India, are you in India?
Yes, I am in India, Gary.
Yes, you're an Indian girl, and I can tell that you're in India. Sarah there is also in India, so wave to each other. I just saw a very interesting story that makes me sit up and take notice about the various Jewish populations in India that have been there for centuries, and how they were formed or where they migrated from. And apparently, according to this piece that I saw today, anti-Semitism is about unheard of in India. Very interesting. In fact, they interviewed a Muslim store owner in the heart of a Jewish neighborhood. It was really quite interesting. It was a great interview. Let's see. Before I welcome other people to the room, it actually is time for the room rules. We are here Monday through Friday from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. New York time. Top of the hour, I give my opening salvo, which hopefully will encourage you to come up on the stage and join Alan and India and me. Or anytime in the next hour, something is said on the stage that piques your interest and makes you want to participate. Raise your hand and you will be invited onto the stage as well. Or you can come up now in anticipation of what you might want to say based on the topic of the room. I call people in the order in which I see them on the stage, which may not coincide with the order in which you see yourself. So if it appears that I have skipped over you, worry not. It just means I see you further down in the queue on my handheld device and where you see yourself on yours. I always get to everyone who's on stage and in queue. Generally speaking, after people speak, they are removed from the stage to the audience. This is not punitive in nature, but to make it possible for yours truly to continue to maintain that aforementioned queue, not lose my place, basically. If that happens to you and you want a second go at it, raise your hand, time permitting. You'll be invited back on the stage for a second opportunity to speak. Because we are here from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. New York time, at about 5 minutes to 6, we will no longer be inviting people on the stage, but if at the 6 o'clock hour, you are on stage and in queue, we will go stage. Unlike many of the other rooms on Clubhouse, in the Critical Thinking Forum, we speak one at a time. We do not interrupt one another. We treat one another with a degree of decorum and respect, even when we vehemently disagree. And for that, I thank you in advance. And by the way, the same love that everybody can join. That's open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The main chat on Facebook Messenger. Today, I removed a number of comments because people were getting personal with one another. And we would rather that folks attack the topic, the idea, rather than one another. And I have pretty much a zero tolerance for that kind of nonsense any longer. Okay. Also, if a moderator asks you a question while you're on the stage, please do not take this as an attempt by us to start an argument with you. It just means we have questions. Welcome to the stage, Wesley, as well. And in the room, I want to very quickly welcome Daniel Duran, Monsef the Maestro, Kowarski, Andrew, Barbara, Sue, Larry, Dr. Francine, Jebediah, Denise, Igor, Christine, Abdul Carlos, Curl, Justice, and Saugat. And for those of you who are not members of the Critical Thinking Forum, join, be part of the in-crowd. It's now the top of the hour. Welcome to the Critical Thinking Forum. We're here Monday through Friday from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. New York time. Today's topic is, how do you rate Trump's State of the Union? So let me just say at the outset, I got a headache going to the various news sites that fact check the president. So I am not going to, in this opening salvo, take the wind out of the sail of anybody who wants to discuss the truthfulness or lack thereof of some of the comments that he made yesterday. I can't put myself through it. It was just a lot written by a number of news organizations that pointed out misrepresentations, let's just put it this way, which, by the way, is not necessarily unique to this president. And it got me to thinking, though, that perhaps if the president, when making his address to the joint session of Congress, was sworn in and agreed to tell the truth under penalty of contempt of Congress citations, maybe we would have less of a campaign-style delivery and more of a report to the Congress, which in fact was the original intent of the framers. The Constitution requires the president to report annually about the state of the union, but it doesn't require him to give an address to Congress. That's spectacular that we see all the time. But now it's become part of what makes politics very interesting, doesn't it? So I, as many of you, watched it, and I, as many of you probably did, I took some notes, and I'm going to share a little bit, but certainly not totally inclusive. And I want to concentrate on the programs rather than, well, just, you don't have to limit your commentary to the programs, but the programs rather than the pronouncements of great successes by this administration, which is, as I said, kind of campaign stuffing. But what is he actually proposing as we enter another year of his second time serving as President of the United States? So he's proposing a federal retirement plan for private workers, which would give private sector workers without employer-sponsored plans access to a retirement system like the federal thrift savings plan. So that would be a $1,000 annual government match would be included. He is proposing a ban on corporate home buying. He called on Congress to codify an executive order that bans institutional investors from buying single-family homes. The idea behind this is to make housing more accessible for individuals. He wants to call it the Great Healthcare Plan, a plan to replace the Affordable Care Act, subsidies with direct payments to people's health savings accounts, which would allow them to buy their own insurance. Abby, we're going to give you a hat today because you are our special guest, having actually attended the State of the Union, and I appreciate you participating. He talked about drug pricing codification. He's asking Congress to support what he calls his most favored nation drug pricing policy and make it a law that would match the lowest prices paid by other developed countries. He made a pledge to protect ratepayers. This is a big deal, in my opinion. It would require big tech companies like the ones that are developing these AI data centers that just suck the power to build their own power plants. The idea is to prevent rising electricity costs for local communities. I did not hear him say this, but I would hope that any excess power that they produced would go to the grid for the communities surrounding. That's my vision of it anyway. And he, of course, wants to get congressional approval for his new 10% global tariff, potentially rising to 15%, which uses, unlike his original tariffs that were stricken down by the Supreme Court, Section 122 of the Trade Act of 1974, which allows for the tariffs to be authorized by the executive for 150 days, I believe it is, after which Congress must approve. So he's telling Congress, I want you to approve. He talked about something that he's talked about a lot before, the Save America Act. It's legislation which would require proof of citizenship to register to vote. He talked about a Stop Insider Trading Act, which actually got applause, and I thought, well, they're applauding him, but they're never going to pass it. But it's, maybe I'm wrong, but it's a ban on congressional stock trading. The idea is to prevent lawmakers from profiting from non-public information. Ironic, given the allegations that he is profiting in this administration and he profited in his previous administration from his position as President of the United States. Allegations. And he named the Vice President as the anti-fraud czar to lead a war on fraud, to root out corruption in federal spending, to help balance the budget. He wants the full and immediate restoration of Homeland Security funding. Of course, he points a finger at the Democrats for that, the partial shutdown. He announced approval of a $1 trillion military budget. And maybe most importantly, he stated he would never allow Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon. And he said that military options were being weighed amid the ongoing crisis. So the State of the Union address was the longest in history, 1 hour and 48 minutes and a few seconds. About half the Dems in the House and Senate boycotted. Now, in a moment, all of you are going to have an opportunity to give your observations. I thought it would be interesting to grab a couple of quotes from Republicans and Democrats to see what their observations are and to show what we already know, that they are looking at things from opposite ends of the prism for sure. So let's start with Speaker Johnson. Quote, "The speech was excellent. I think it's one of the best." Speaker Johnson on the Democratic lack of decorum. Talib and Omar and a few others really brought shame upon their party and upon themselves. Not mentioned by him, but notable since he made that comment. Congressman Al Green was escorted out of the House chamber just minutes into the State of the Union for holding a sign that read, quote, "Black people aren't apes." Republicans are expressing disappointment over Democrats not standing up to support some of Trump's comments on things that were relatively apolitical. And then the Spanberger Democratic response, quote, "We did not hear the truth from our president, so let's speak plainly and honestly, and let me ask you, the American people watching at home, 3 questions. Is the president working to make life more affordable for you and your family? Is the president working to keep Americans safe, both at home and abroad? Is the president working for you?" Schumer refers to the State of the Union as the state of delusion. Senator Kelly said, quote, "I wanted him to know, that he failed to throw me in jail. We made eye contact there 3 or 4 times. He knew I was there." And on a real positive note, which I hope was embraced from both sides of the aisle, the president said that Connor Hellecock, the goaltender for the gold medal winning U.S. men's Olympic hockey team, will be awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom. And that's pretty much the commentary on the commentary from the politicos. But I'm less interested in what they have to say and far more interested in what you have to say. And we're going to start today with our representative, who we dispatched to Washington, D.C. for the sole purpose of sitting in the galley. Well, her sole purpose was not that. Her sole purpose was to rub elbows with the hockey players. So, Abby, we'll start with you, and then we'll go to Scott.
On, and I have my daughter.
Boy, introduction. Okay, this was my first State of the Union. I had been in the gallery during speeches and different points in history, but never for a State of the Union. I had the good fortune to start it off with going to the pre-party that they do at the Library of Congress. I was the guest of a member, so I was not on the Senate side of that pre-party, but it's just to be noted that if any of you ever get a chance to roam around the Library of Congress, each room I've gone into is more spectacular than the next. And I was in a room that was called the members' room, where they would gather when the library was first built. And we left there and went through the underground tunnel of our history and what's in Washington, and definitely worth checking out if you're there. It was, a who's who up in the gallery, and kind of a lot of confusion going through the whole security apparatus that they had. I was seated, they would break it down, but as I was actually seated next to a Republican member of Congress's wife, and next to her were guests of a Democrat, and and so on. It was totally mixed. I sat on the front row, and I sat with pretty much, I don't know if you remember how everything laid out, but I sat right by where Talib and Omar were. I was actually the gallery right above them. So one of the things I will say is when I started to see how animated and everything that they were doing, whatever photographs were taken of my gallery section, my face was usually looking at them. I tried to see the reactions in the room of some of the people as he was speaking, but a lot of my attention was as they were having their antics. I did watch Green as he was escorted out. There's something I noted that I kept looking in the press today to see if anyone picked up on this, but he had his sign when Trump came in, he was kind of pushing the sign almost into the president. They pushed him away. I don't know if any of that got on TV. But ultimately, someone from security came over, stood next to him, was like whispering in his ear, talking to him. I have no idea what was said. But then 3 members of Congress from Texas came over, and you have to tell me, Gary, if any of this got shown on any of the TV footage, came and stood in front of him. One I recognize was the member who represents Fort Worth, but there was 3 of them, and they kind of blocked him. And then there was kind of a bit of a movement between the 3 of them and him with the sign. And then next thing you know, security was escorting him out. So, I mean, that was literally right in front of me. But I thought it was pretty interesting that they must have known I'm sure they knew he was doing this because they prearranged that the 3 members that would block the sign were also from the Texas delegation. So just wanted to add that. For me, notably, I'm not going to rank the speech. There were things that I loved, that I stood up and loudly applauded. And there were things that I squirmed. I saw people around me squirming and just, a concern where he was going to go in the speech. When the hockey players came in, I was praying that would be the unifying moment. I thought if anything could do it, I didn't know all the awards that were about to happen, but I really had my hopes that everybody would stand up loudly with that hockey team. And majority did, but there were a number of Democrats that did not. And so that was also interesting what you said, that it was half of the delegation, because it seemed it was pretty packed on that side also. It wasn't like lots of missing seats. So curious what the final number was.
I'm curious too, because that was what was reported pretty extensively at the beginning, but maybe more people came in ultimately than they were reporting. So I don't know whether that's accurate, and I should have been more clear about that.
Yeah, it didn't seem like half was missing. I mean, it was pretty packed there. There were a few Republicans, like Kat Carmack, that purposely were over on the Republican side. Also, like I noticed, Mike Lawler was sitting with Josh Gottheimer. There were some that are friends with each other, and so he was over on the Dem side. There are certain Democrats that stood, I wouldn't say 100% of the time with the Republicans, but John Fetterman was up and applauding a hell of a lot. And there were some I would say some of the senators were joining in. Some of the moderate Democrats were joining in on the applause on some of the issues. But the hockey team, it was, again, amazing to me. Whatever the marching orders were, not to applaud. I mean, there are often, when you go to see a speech at Congress, there's ambassadors that come in and they won't applaud for anything. Also, the Supreme Court, they don't react in any way. But these were members of Congress, so that little part was disturbing. But the grandeur and the excitement of the hockey team, that was beautiful moment to see that. And and they came in behind Trump. I'm sure you saw that
street
on TV.
Enforces people to show identification to vote in our country.
The medals was just exhilarating, and also the Purple Heart. One of the recipients.
I'm about to prank call this clubhouse room.
So it was just incredible to be in the same room as all of them. Also with the 100-year-old veteran. I mean, just from a patriotic standpoint, those were just.
He didn't look 100 years old, by the way. He was pretty spry. I know he needed some assistance standing, and they steadied him when he sat down. But for 100 years of age, he really looked, pretty fit.
I mean, that was just a pretty incredible moment. But once again, there were people that did not applaud it. It was disturbing, and I'll get to their screaming in a second, and they're yelling, but it was disturbing when comments about supporting the firemen, and you saw people refusing to stand and applaud. I mean, there were just things that it did not make sense. They're just American issues that were upsetting. And also when you see someone with such valor getting the Medal of Honor that had his legs shot up, came out of Tlaib and Omar was just horrible. Look, Marjorie Taylor Greene wasn't in there, and I'm sure I would have felt the same way because I hated when she did it. The decorum, it was just wrong. And what they were yelling, they were cursing. There were curse words. There was I don't really think it's appropriate in here to repeat all the stuff, but there was just some awful things that were coming out of their mouths. The squirming, let me just back up. There was other people reacting and kind of, I wouldn't say yelling, well, somewhat yelling at him when he talked about the stock and the trading of stock. You saw a reaction from many members on the Democratic side, started being vocal. But the majority of the reactions, I would say, came from Tlaib and Omar. Tlaib had some kind of stuff in front of her that she had in that little cubby that they have in front of their seats that might have been, I don't know if it was signage or, whatever she came prepared with. But I did notice that. I did not like when he spoke about the Supreme Court. I was very uncomfortable with that, and that's where I'm noticing other Republicans were around me that were also clearly uncomfortable and in that kind of squirming sense of please don't go there, just please don't go there, and that I would say was an uncomfortable moment. I thought that he would speak more about Iran than he did. I actually was hoping for an even stronger statement about it. I loved that he talked about the hostages. Obviously, I was up and cheering on that one. And the first person I noticed up before even the Republicans was John Fetterman. I mean, he was just ecstatic with that. And, go through the different points of contention.
Indian girl's on the stage! Indian girl!
Where you saw the moderate Democrats in the room joining in with the Republicans. And that actually felt really good to see. Because you felt like there's some issues where we are going to go forward as a nation together. And that also piggybacks on a lot of those people were the Problem Solvers Caucus, the people that the 28 Dems and 28 Rs sits together and work on legislation. So that needs to go noticed and not unnoticed as people talk about division, that there's also camaraderie that exists and issues that they are aligned with. There was interesting celebrities there. The guy from Shark Tank, what's his name? O'Leary, I think it's his last name. He was sitting around us. Some different. I met the candidate who's running for governor in Pennsylvania. She was sitting by us, and just look around. I could see the people where Melania was, and most of the people he was calling on or noting were sitting in that area. And that's like, I mean, you can get it, ask me any questions about it. It's pretty exhilarating to experience it, to see all the faces in person, especially for me, the Supreme Court justices. I'm bummed that 5 of them weren't there, but still super exciting to see them in person. And also, the other thing that I expected more applause for was Marco Rubio when he thanked him. I just thought some of the senators sitting on the D side would have been more, appreciative of Rubio. But that's basically what I have to say. I mean, if you want to get into substance on any of this stuff, I will. I just thought I'd give you more of an overview of what it's like to be in there. Thanks.
Traditionally,
Never had one lesson.
differences. Because we want to show some kind of
Never had one lesson.
in this country, in spite of our divisions, very comfortable as I watched. Stick around, Abby. I'm sure people will have questions. If you don't mind, then we'll go to Scott, followed by Marshall.
Oh man, the org stuff. How did I get put up there so early? Okay. All right. Well, it's nice to just blow my blow. Thank you. Fantastic. Always nice to hear live correspondent with a great critical thinking form. Yeah, I mean, like overall, I fell asleep during the speech, largely because I get up early, but had to go back and dial in this morning. As far as specifics, I mean, look, there's stuff that all of us, we're gonna, as Abby said, even she was squeamish at points, but ultimately, I think this. I think what Trump is good at sometimes is taking the 80-20 issue and putting it against the Democrats. He doesn't always play the culture war well, but he played it well last night. And I think that this is a time when the country is not on his side on things like immigration, on things like the tariffs. I mean, vast swaths of polling for all sources tell us that. But when you get the opposition to look extreme, when you get things that everybody, is generally supportive of, like the hockey team or the 100-year-old veteran or whatever, and you get the opposition to write things, op-eds that say the hockey team should refuse to go and all this stuff. It's an instance where I think he played the Democrats pretty well in this one. I think he made the Democrats look less in touch with mainstream America than he is, which he needed to do because I think he was on the ropes on these kind of things. I mean, when you look at the polling on the tariffs, look at the polling on ICE, and his polling in general, people are not with the president right now, but they were with it last night. I mean, the CNN post-game approval had the approval of 66%. Now look, that's slightly loaded because we all know that in contemporary political, in this climate, generally the people that watch the State of the Union are people supportive of the president, right? It didn't used to be that way.
Well, here's the bigger issue when it comes to that, Scott, and that is a president's approval rating generally does get a bump following a State of the Union because he's selling himself and his administration. And if there's one thing this president can do, he can sell. And especially when the product is Donald Trump. And
but I think that what we will see though is we will see that like polls that come out subsequent to over the next few days will not be as high as that CNN like immediate.
Right. So that's
people watching it.
Right. So also typically that bump doesn't last very long.
Yeah.
And people forget. It fades away when reality starts hitting them again. And on the issues, the core issues that bother people, when they go to do their weekly shopping, some of that illusion of camaraderie with the president based on how he presented himself may dissipate.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But all in all, I think last night overall was probably something like a win for Trump. I mean, he needed a win, right? Because things have not been going well. So I think last night was a bright spot for the administration in what has been, a news cycle that's not been bright. So there you go.
What about the various assessments that as I said earlier, purposely didn't go into because it's just difficult to go point by point. But I'm sure everybody saw and heard things that they kind of went, huh? I don't think that's actually true, Mr. President. How does that counterbalance the immediate after effects of a bit of euphoria?
Yeah, I mean, I think fact checking isn't what it used to be. But I think people will go into their silos and people will look for the confirmation bias they want. So I don't know that the fact checking and that sort of journalistic homework will make a big difference.
Thank you for that, Scott. We'll go to Marshall, followed by Howard. Marshall, you with us? Yeah, there you are.
I mean, I thought he exaggerated a lot or lied a lot. But I generally agree with Scott's take. The administration needed a win, and this came across as a win. They did a good job of making. What's up, little man? They did a good job of. You said hi to the dog? Okay. Sorry, little kids from next door are looking at my dog's door. They both bark. Her name is Cora. And his name is Ronnie. Anyway, I think overall Scott was right. The administration needed a win, and it got a win. I also think it was right. It did a good job of making the Democrats look more extreme. But I was not a big fan of the blustering. I'll say that for it. That just rubbed me the wrong way. I would rather have him give, as you said, Gary, a report to the country rather than a sales pitch.
Although, in fairness, as I pointed out in my opening salvo, he did have a number of proposals, whether one agrees with them or not. He does have a vision. At least he articulated a vision that he says that he has.
The other thing I found really cool was the awarding of the Medal of Honor. Right? Like, I thought that was super cool. I wish it had been done in a White House ceremony with a little more solemnity, but those guys getting the Medal of Honor, I thought that was pretty cool.
Well, the president is a showman, and he certainly showed that last night in that moment and others. Thank you, Marshall. We'll now go to India, followed by Perusian.
Hello, Gary. I am in Hyderabad. I listened to the State of the Union, and it was very impressive. I took down some notes. First, I was very impressed with the pilot who led the raid in Venezuela, and he had multiple gunshot wounds to his leg. And Mr. Trump, he really, in great description, described the bloody horror on this poor man's leg who was standing up on the crutches. Also, the Coast Guard rescue diver who so bravely saved 150 people. Also, I will say that the Army pilot got the Medal of Honor, which was remarkable. and the Coast Guard rescue diver who saved the 150 girls in the Texas flood was remarkable. Also, Trump said that he got NATO to increase spending from 3% to 5%, which was impressive because the US national deficit is very high from spending over $1 trillion a year on the military-industrial complex. Also, Trump clearly framed the Democrats and said that they are the ones responsible for the border crisis and the million illegal alien criminals who invaded your country. Also,
yes, but I just want to point out that that is inaccurate based on the fact checking that I read today. But he did say that. You're correct.
Also, the little girl that was killed, nearly killed by the truck driving 65 miles per hour into the back of her car, nearly killed that little girl, and that little girl was there. That was very exciting to see that she was doing well. And in summation, America, in the State of the Union, America is very strong, and Trump is America. And I am from India. As a trans man, I am concerned that America is going to stop supporting the LGBTQ and trans community because of Donald Trump and who the Republicans and conservatives are, who are a bunch of racists and bigots, and they are very nasty people. And the Democrats must do everything they can do to try to get Donald Trump out of the White House, and that means impeaching him. And I am sorry to say that the one thing that Mr. President Trump did not talk about are the Epstein files. And the Epstein files continue to show a network of sexual predators, including Bill Clinton and Bill Gates. And Bill Gates...
Well, we do not know that Bill Clinton and Bill Gates are sexual predators, so I have to stop you there. Just because their name is in the file does not mean
Gary,
they
Bill
are
Gates,
sexual predators.
Bill Gates today admitted that he had affairs with 2 Russian women. And
Yes,
these Russian women...
Women. And a lot of men have affairs. I'm not saying that that's excusable, but a lot of men have affairs, right?
Well,
you probably know people who have had affairs.
I am a gay man, and I have affairs with many men, but I am also not friends with Jeffrey Epstein and billionaires who go around trafficking children. Because Ghislaine Maxwell,
who is a friend of Jeffrey Epstein.
Gary, Ghislaine Maxwell is in jail for sexual trafficking.
Thank you for that. You're correct that he did not mention, and there were some of the survivors in the gallery, and he should have mentioned it, in my opinion, as well. Abby, did you want to jump in there?
No, it's actually interesting because I was looking around trying to figure out where they were sitting. There was, by the way, there was one thing I did want to mention. There was one arrest. I don't know if you guys saw that happen. They did arrest one person in the gallery. That was Ilhan Omar's guest. And she was protesting, wouldn't sit down, and was just, I was not in the gallery I was in, but was protesting. The security asked her several times, and then they removed her.
I think that if I were a guest of a member of Congress, although that member of Congress might have endorsed what she did, but I endorse that member of Congress. I would be mortified. If they tell me to, sit down and shut up, I would sit down and shut up. It's not the place for that.
Hello, Gary. Hello, everybody. Actually, I just came up with more than a question as own analysis about how the State of the Union speech of him was. As you, of course, I think understand, as a person with Iranian roots, I'm interested or very curious to understand what is your thinking?
Well, I want to let me turn this table and ask you. Were you surprised, as Abby and I were, that he gave scant attention to Iran. He mentioned it, but he didn't really. We were told by the White House before the speech that he was going to lay out his plan for Iran, and then he didn't. Were you as disappointed as other observers who are not Iranian about?
No, honestly not. I am mature enough to understand that such a step is also important to
are deployed toward Iran. Tensions are rising, and the 2026 midterm elections are less than 9 months away.
Well, who the hell was that?
I was checking. I keep looking at something else, so don't worry about it.
I'm finished. I'm not going to steal your time long. But I've heard, of course, what he was saying about his will to not allow Iran to be an atomic or nuclear power, country with nuclear capacities for that. But the Iranian government already in 2 or 3 cases spoke about that they are not going, or they're officially not wanting to do that, who believes that it is his case or whatsoever. Maybe even I am not believing that. But my question to you, the audience, or dear speaker, is what is your analysis? For me, it is important and interesting to know what is your analysis, your feeling about what is going, what his next step would be maybe.
With regard to that was reported, so we speak pretty extensively at the beginning, but maybe know that, so no harm, no foul, but that's how we roll here. So Perusian, we did a whole session on that yesterday, and we will do additional sessions specifically on Iran in the future, so stay tuned for that. Madison, followed by El Normo.
Can I go into that?
You can go when I get to you, unless you keep interrupting, and then you can't. How's that for an answer? Madison, followed by El Normo.
Sir, I did not interrupt, but go ahead.
Hey, Gary. Yeah, that's the way the rules work in the room. Thanks for the room, as always, Gary. I wasn't really impressed by the speech. I know that some people were. That it was well polished, and it was kind of built on distortion. Like the real things got twisted just enough to sound like wins that don't actually exist in everyday people's lives. A lot of people supporting it will admit there's no real substance, but I guess they don't care about that. As long as it sounds strong, it looks good, feels like a win, and that's what this was built for, optics. The Democrats acting out, I don't agree with that. Don't give them a shot. It's harder. But also, you don't get to stand up there and call everybody else liars and then expect respect for the truth. That's kind of crazy to me. And it's crazy that the word decorum would even come out of any Republican's mouth, period. So some of the things that stood out to me were, we talked about drug prices being basically. I'm sorry.
You can think your colleagues are wrong and still expect decorum, right? Just because Joe Wilson shot at you live didn't mean every Republican in the chamber approves of that behavior.
Well, I was talking about the administration itself and the things that he does on a daily basis.
But what's that have to do with people cursing and screaming?
Can I finish my submission, please? I don't think that's how this room works, but.
No, that is how this room works. Fucking Marshall interrupts everybody. That's what Marshall does.
Yeah, I mean, I was reporting on people cursing and screaming.
Hey, Shaker, you on the return flight right now?
Occurred a lot.
Not just
so that was when I used the word decorum. And I'm also a Republican, and I would call out anyone doing that at the State of the Union or the Chambers of Congress.
It's possible, but I haven't heard anything.
It was very inappropriate and very distasteful, and they were also cursing, a lot of cursing. So I'm the one who used the term, and that's why I used it.
Are you hearing anything positive from everyone else about the State of the Union?
Yes.
Yeah, there's some positive things.
Oh no, you got the power. Keep it.
Oh, you don't want to talk? Okay, we'll go to El Normal. El Normal followed by Hermes.
Yeah. It seems to me that the purpose of the State of the Union is communication. We want our chief executive to let us know how the country is doing. And
you should title the room.
For that purpose, this State of the Union was really good. It was really good communication. I think that in difficult or uncertain times, we need to be reassured. We need to be uplifted. We need some optimism. We need a sense of leadership. We need a firm hand. And the president seemed to project I think it's important for the State of the Union to celebrate America. He did that. I think it's the president is a showman. Somehow he figured out that showmanship is an essential quality of a leader. And this was a good show. I was delightfully surprised by the hockey team appearing, the men's, obviously, Olympic hockey team. I was thrilled, actually. I was moved by the 100-year-old, I think he was a congressional medal, no, it couldn't have been congressional, the Presidential Medal of Honor recipient.
No, it was the Medal of Honor.
Oh, it was congressional? Yeah, okay. Well, I was very...
Medal of Honor. That gentleman, so 2 people received the Congressional Medal of Honor.
Right.
That was 100 years old, and the pilot flew the lead chopper into the Venezuela raid.
Right. Really moving and really important and insufficiently, I think, celebrated in our usual quotidian lives. Did you see the smile on that 100-year-old man? I mean, it was just really, really moving. There were also, in addition to those moving and emotional moments, there were some, I think, manipulative moments. I don't know why having the mother of a girl who passed away stand up and be applauded. I don't get that. Maybe that applause is a nervous reaction. I'm not in favor of demonizing immigrants and saying or implying that they are criminal. When I mean criminal, I mean violent criminals. I'm not talking about the fact that they may not be legal or here legally. I'm not in favor of that. But if the president is, I think, one of the most responsible for putting immigration on the agenda, and having tried and failed to form it congressionally, he is, I think, executing his mandate to enforce immigration law a little bit more stringently than the previous administration. He was asked to do it by 77 million Americans, and he's doing it. And it was his idea. I think he's overdoing it in some cases. But nevertheless, and I think the reaction against this is foolish and also, in some cases, illegal. So, but all of that aside, I think, I also don't understand these tariffs still. I think it's a wacky idea. Either he's going to solve it in an amazing way, as he did with the Abraham Accords and with the getting back our hostages. Just amazing and certainly worthy of recognition. Or he's going to do something wacky like play around with the tariffs. Did you want to say something? Okay. So In sub, I spaced out just for a few minutes. I was also in Clubhouse listening to the responses. But in general, it was a good show. And when we, I'm sorry, or maybe you like something unrelated. You said you have a hot mic or something? Okay. Anyway, it was a really good show, and it was that, it gave me that morning in America feeling, like that uplifting, optimistic feeling that you sometimes got from Ronald Reagan, and sometimes from Bill Clinton, to other great communicators. I got less of that morning in America feeling from Barack Obama, but I did like him, especially in his term as a president, and I felt he was also a good communicator. So just goes up, I would say, among the top State of the Union addresses. Thanks for the opportunity to share that, Gary and everybody.
Hermes, are you there?
Yes. I was just looking for the cue. Thank you, Gary. Good evening, everyone. I heard the address, but what I liked more was the response that the Democrats had. I forget her name. But when she got up there,
you go on to the response. Give us what you think of the actual speech, and then talk about the response.
Sure. So I think it was full of fluff, for lack of better words. I think the people that had received awards, that's always a good thing. I would have loved to have seen the volunteer rescue workers that saved people in Texas and in California, especially in Texas when we had that, the flood, right? Because there came a lot of Mexican rescue workers came over the border to help us. That would have been nice. I don't know if there's some kind of award that we can give to immigrants. Marshall might know, but that's my 2 cents. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Hermes. We'll now go to Murad, followed by Ching.
Gary, give respect to Marshall, Scott, Abba, and Howard. Gary, the admirers and associations was so great.
Is probably the last thing you want to see
by
if you were
President Donald Trump.
This is a
But if I want to give an award to Donald Trump as the President of the United States, I give this for 16.
Semi-aquatic,
Because
beautiful
the
lizard.
The
that eats
sport
mostly
17
snails, and
is
as you can see, they have these huge
for the United
pearl-like
States of
crushing teeth that they use
president.
to crunch these snails.
In
And they also
comparing
use
with
that
the
tongue to move the snail
State
all
of the
around
Union of
and spit out
2015,
all the shell.
it was 16.
You'd be surprised how
and
little that shell
2015
they actually
was
eat.
19.
Cute, the prime example. of
It was 60 and 2015 was 19.
Although in the
However, the presidency of Donald Trump is 90, and the presidency of Barack Obama was 17. But people were
El Normo. Great clip there. They clipped you. You hit the nail on the head. It is about communication. He is, and that he takes that role as like the speaker in that moment. And he's got Johnson and JD behind him. What do you think about him saying JD's now in charge of fighting fraud, waste, and corruption to help balance the books? Can you hear me?
Sorry, I was muted. Great idea, no? Why not?
Isn't that Kash Patel's fucking job? I mean, the vice president. I mean, it kind of seems like the vice president is like this, like, it seems almost like degrading in a way, like what do you really do as the VP? I mean, it's kind of like don't outshine, the master. type of position. And so, like, what does that mean? He's the czar as the VP? Like, that's not typical, right?
Well, I think every once in a while people try to give the vice president something meaningful to do. I mean, look at Bush and Cheney.
Mm-hmm. Well, then at least they're getting on along then well, right? Like, I think it's important to have your VP pick be your best friend and partner, and you can tell with Biden and Kamala, they weren't even on talking terms. Like, he couldn't deal with her, and she,
Is that true?
You don't think that was true? I thought that was the truth.
I didn't know.
I thought that's what was happening between the two of them. Like, they just avoided each other because they.
I mean, she's an impossible person. She was so rude at the Kavanaugh hearings that I thought they should have just pulled the plug on her. And she was a new senator then, and she didn't seem to know she didn't get the social cues, she didn't have the social skills right. She just kept interrupting and trying to shut it down. And she seemed like a difficult person to deal with. And there were reports of that. And again, her whole staff at some point or different points quit. So again, I don't know, but on the other hand, Biden, I regret that. I really do. I had high hopes for Biden, but I guess he reached his glass ceiling. Anyway, what was I thinking about? Yeah, it was good communication. I guess actually I probably was giving you a shout out when I said it's about communication because that's your thing. Yeah, if you have my clip, I'd love to have it.
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Thank you. That's very thoughtful. I guess bouncing around the app, looking for a good conversation.
It's interesting. Nobody ever calls President Trump John, but it's part of his name. And not many people know. I mean, you hit the nail on the head. He's a showman and he's a salesman, and he sold it last night. That was a master class in communication.
It was tremendous in that regard. Tremendous.
Yeah. And, John in Greek means Hermes, and Hermes is, the god of communication and intelligence. So from like a packet perspective, like he delivered the goods and he framed the Democrats, and he does this like whisper type of cute, like a bridge to the next, statement and concept. And
it's repetition.
Yeah, he's basically like a musician, and like he's got some mechanical problems, but for the most part, totally coherent. Hit a lot of nails on the head, knocked a lot of balls out of the park, and I'm just a fucking Animal House. Like, what is up with the guy who looks like a monkey pulling out a sign saying African Americans are not monkeys? Like,
Al Green. That's Al Green of Texas.
That's the second time he's been thrown. Is he deranged?
No. I don't know, but don't compare black folks to monkeys.
I'm not. I'm just saying that he had a sign that, I don't think it's projection, but like if you believe in evolution and you think that, there's no sky daddy and that we came out of tree nests, I mean, it's kind of funny that, what if we are monkeys? See, that was what had me dying on this app, because people kept screaming, I can't believe I have to defend the concept that I'm a monkey or I'm not a monkey. Like the comedy in that of like humans arguing about their monkey status is funny, but they don't realize that the whole thing about enlightenment is like, we do have this primal type of monkey response and monkey type of, consciousness that we have to transcend above through communication. And as you'll note, Al Normal, many people on this app can't actually stop talking in a conversation to listen to what the other person is saying. And that to me is like so neurotic and such a waste of time and your own energy, and it creates all this friction and frustration. People just is a failure to communicate. And, you know,
I showed that to my kid not long ago. He was blown away, and that was made by the filmmaker. I have to remember his name now, but he was kind of a socialist, and this was meant to be socialist realism, or social realism. And those actors, they literally worked in that heat. They weren't going into like air conditioned trailers and stuff. They were dealing with the mud and the labor and the heat that the convict prisoners were dealing with in that film. And it's really, I would say it's a masterpiece. It's an incredible and inspiring film. Sort of expression of 60s kind of rebellious spirit. I showed it to him. I showed him One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, another sort of people revolting against institutions. And, you know, the individuals standing up against oppression. You know, Jack Nicholson in Cuckoo's Nest, Paul Newman in Cool Hand Luke. And I'm sorry, anyway, I guess I'm off on a tangent on the communication subject. But
yeah, my dad showed me Cool Hand Luke when I was a kid, and he you know, my dad showed me many movies and grew up at Blockbuster. And I said to my dad, I was like, Dad, you fucked up. You raised me at Blockbuster. You should have raised me at the library. He said, I want my fucking money back. And but he showed me Cool Hand Luke, and yeah, that he felt that movie was very important, you know. And I could see how, like, I don't know, my dad's very conservative, liberal. I don't know, it's a very American film, but that scene when they're digging and that hot blonde is washing the car, like, holy shit.
Yeah, that's something.
Yeah, I mean, wow, what a hot, that is like a hot piece of film, you know. That was an amazing, beautiful thing.
Also, when somebody they go up on the roof on a hot day, and they somehow somebody gets some beer, and they let them drink the beer. That was amazing. I mean, it's an amazing film, actually. There are a lot of amazing things. George York does a tremendous job. Paul Newman does an amazing job.
Yeah.
It's a tragedy, you know. It ends with the death of the hero. It's an impressive film.
It is. Cool Hand Luke.
And that's an okay way to educate you. I think he did a good job. I think that did a good job. My kid doesn't like to necessarily read, although I think he's coming to it on his own. He writes well, but he doesn't particularly care to read. And I think this is, you know, movies are a very effective and powerful form of communication. And let's celebrate your dad.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to bounce around now. Thank you for having me here.
Okay, thank you, El Normo. The great El Normo!
All right, thanks.
You said no! You love Monica too. Don't you? Yes. That's okay, I'll take that.
El Normo. At your age, not your shoe size, dude.
It's just in European.
That's the first. That's fucking hilarious. What do you mean? Speaking of boomers, on a daily basis.
Normally, you'd be happy to know that I went at it with Travis the other day.
What a schmuck this guy is.
Ribbon Shalom, I can't actually really play that room because of the Prince in the background. Motherfucker. Did somebody step on a duck? Shouldn't have eaten all that salad. Okay, I'm just going to do some meditation music here. Hope you enjoy.
This bra is for seniors who want to get back their youth. Lift breasts right after first wear.
This is Guru Dev.
Believe in one secret, an ineffable Lord, and in one star in the company of stars of whose fire we are created, and to which we shall return, and in one Father of life, mystery of mystery. In his name Chaos, the sole vicegerent of the sun upon the earth, and in one air the nourisher of all that breathes. And I believe in one earth, the mother of us all, and in one womb wherein all men are begotten, and wherein they shall rest. Mystery of mystery. In her name, Babylon. And I believe in the serpent and the lion. Mystery of mystery. In his name, Raphael. And I believe in one Gnostic and Catholic Church of light, love, and liberty. The word whose law is laid wrong. And I believe in the communion of saints. And for as much as meat and drink are transmuted in us daily into spiritual substance, I believe in the miracle of the Mass. And I confess one baptism of wisdom, whereby we accomplish the miracle of incarnation. And I confess my life one, individual, and eternal, that was, and is to come. Give me the sign of the open eye, a riddle of shadows where whispers lie, the thorny side, the maddening cry. Open, open, open. I am jagged claw. The beasts emerge as the gods withdraw. A storm of silence, a broken love. I am born to death, reborn on the hunt. I as the baseline drums, the will is fire, unchained, untamed. No path is written, no soul is blamed. Thou hast no right but to do thy will. Feel the stars, let the silence fill your will. Unswayed, it's alive, it's still. Deliver from the lust of the thrill. Echo shattered glass where the circuits glow. The clock ticks slow, but it doesn't show. No purpose, no time, just a beat in sync. Every way perfect, on the edge, on the brink. No chains, no bars, just a void to fill. Every pulse, every spark is a perfect will. Thou hast no right but to do thy will. Feel the stars, let the silence fill your will. The flame is alive, it's dead. Deliver from the lust of the thrill. In the endless dark where the echoes play, no other shall say nay, no other shall stay. Through the wires, through the smoke, let it all decay. The will remains forever unafraid.
He's actually economic populace. Yeah.
No fear, no sin, no way to
I think you'll be able.
sweetness
I think they can take the
He pretty called the show.
Do not act from the impulse of being benevolent. They deal with all things as the dogs of grass are dealt with. The sages do not act from.
They called the show for sending us out. You knew the thing in identified.
The people as the dogs of grass are dealt with. May not the space heaven and earth be compared to a pillow.
I'm destroying the ring of Sauron, the one true ring of power. It's a popular ring. If you know where it's from, you know where it's from. But I gotta break it down. In the fires of Mordor, or here in New York City, with my elves. And we gotta cast it into this, the magical version. What's magical about it? Well, you hit it with the black light and the elvish writing comes out. It's tracksmyc.com. Customer wanted it. It wasn't Sauron, but we got it done. I'm destroying the ring of Sauron, the one true ring of power. It's a popular ring. If you know where it's from, you know where it's from. But I gotta break it down. In the fires of Mordor, or here in New York City, with my elves. And we gotta cast it into this, the magical version. What's magical about it? Well, you hit it with the black light and the elvish writing comes out. It's tracksmyc.com. Well, you hit it with the black light.
Regal. He's so regal.
From Afghanistan, that Darren LaHood voted yay to come into the country. Darren LaHood is.
The golden age of America is upon us. The revolution that began in 17.
Regal, do you think you can prove to me that God exists? in 3 sentences or less. Hello? Hello? Is this thing on? Hello?
This is not just really important and insufficiently, I think, celebrated in our usual. And that you sometimes. 19 vaccine. Top 3 largest insect in the world. Number 1, stick insect. At first look, it feels like nothing more than a broken branch. But some stick insects grow over 2 feet long. They are masters of disguise. They blend into trees by becoming the tree itself, while towering over most bugs. Number 2, giant weta. Found only in New Zealand, this oversized insect looks unreal. The giant weta can weigh more than a sparrow, making it one of the heaviest insects on Earth. Despite its intimidating size, it calmly feeds on plants, proof that looks can be deceiving. Number 3, Actaeon beetle. Deep in South America, this beetle rules like a tank. The Actaeon beetle can grow nearly 5 inches long, with thick armor and massive horns that
I'm Morgan, and I work with the cops. LAPD on scene! 911, what is your emergency?
And now our final dessert course is a playful twist on a comfort food classic. The s'more, the most offensive assault on the human palate ever contrived. Unethically sourced chocolate and gelatinized sugar water. It's everything wrong with us, and yet we associate it with innocence, with childhood. But what transforms this fucking monstrosity is fire. Thank you for dining with us tonight. You represent the ruin of my art, and now you get to be a part of it. Part of what I hope is my masterpiece. We must embrace the flame. We must be cleansed, made clean, and made anew.
Thank you.
I love you all. And now our final dessert course is
Have you seen that stupid movie, but it's kind of funny. A lot of these movies are basically like AI art in a way.
That was what was admitted that he had affairs with 2 Russian women, and these Russian women. And a lot of men have affairs. I'm not saying that that's excusable, but a lot of men have affairs, right? You probably know people who have had affairs. I am a gay man, and I have affairs with many men, but I am also not friends with Jeffrey Epstein and billionaires who go around trafficking children. Because Ghislaine Maxwell is a friend of Jeffrey Epstein. Ghislaine Maxwell is in jail for sexual trafficking. Thank you for that. You're correct. You did not mention, and there were some of the survivors in the gallery, and
friends with many men, but I am also not friends with Jeffrey Epstein and billionaires who go around trafficking children. Because Ghislaine Maxwell, Ghislaine Maxwell is in jail for sexual trafficking.
Thank you for that. You're correct. And you did not mention, and there were some of the survivors. If you don't mind, then we'll go to Scott, followed by Marshall. Oh man, it's glad to be working. Stick around the audience if people have questions. If you don't mind, then we'll go to Scott, followed by Marshall.
The mirror of the imagination.
That was the.
Okay, so that was it. That part,
a liberal
that little part was disturbing, but
been watching with deep concern
the excitement of the hockey
Admitted that he had affairs with 2 Russian women, and these Russian women.
And a lot of them have affairs. I'm not saying that's excusable. From Afghanistan, and Darren LaHood voted yay to come into the country. Darren LaHood, the 16th district, that son of a bitch, voted yay on the national act.
Admitted that he had affairs with 2 Russian women, and these Russian women.
And a lot of them have affairs. I'm not saying.
Tis empty, yet it loses not its power. Tis moved again and sends forth air the more much speech to swift exhaustion. Let we see your inner being guard and keep it free.
Where does the $50 coming from? And why should we be competing? What is it?
Heaven and earth do not rise from anywhere to be benevolent. They do without things as the dogs.
Yeah, I think I've heard you somewhere briefly, and I followed you because I'm an architect as well. So yeah, I just joined this room, remembering that. But I'm not Tosh, I'm in the UK. I'm a relatively normal person. Yeah, as in genuine, I'm an architect. I live my life. Don't know what else you need to. Whereabouts are you?
I'm in California.
Yeah.
Me and Artis are actually really close to each other.
So there's and what that does is it is one of the indicators that global liquidity is going to go up. They put interest rates to 0, global liquidity absolutely spikes. And then if they do quantitative easing in the sense that the way that you understand it, the way that it's meant, when they start doing reverse repo and stuff, that's when liquidity is really going to pop off. And they just haven't done it yet. But to say that it's going to go 5 years, I don't think so. I think if they go through, I'm thinking like 2 or 3 at the absolute max. But like his thesis is broadly correct. Bitcoin's going to go a bit lower. Long term, it's good. Bitcoin, when it's priced in US dollars, essentially Bitcoin's always going to go up versus US dollars. US dollars are constantly getting more and more in.
of a vessel, and in our employment of it we must be on our guard against all foreigners. How deep and unfathomable it is, as if it were the honored ancestor of all things. We subvert our sharp points and unravel the complications of things. We should attempt uprightness and bring ourselves into agreement with the obscurity of others. How pure and still the tone is, as if it would ever so continue. I do not know whose side it is.
Oh, yeah.
The tar is the emptiness of a vessel, and in our employment of it we must be on our guard against all foolness. How deep and unfathomable it is, as if it were the honored ancestor. We should blunt our sharp points and unravel the complications of things. We should attempt uprightness and bring ourselves into agreement with the obscurity of others. How pure and still the Tao is, as if it would ever so continue. I do not know whose side it is. It might appear to have been
New hot banger music from candidate John. Hit the like button and subscribe now.
Our employment, we must be on our guard against all fullness. How deep? We should blunt our sharp points and unravel the complications of things. We should attemper our brightness and bring ourselves into a...
Hit that like button and subscribe now.
But I know what love is.
Hello?
From Afghanistan, and Darren LaHood voted yay to come into the country. Darren LaHood, the 16th district, voted yay on the national Afghan.
The golden age of America, the flame of liberty and independence still burns in the heart of every American patriot. And our future will be bigger, better, brighter, bolder, and more glorious.
Did he say bolder?
He said balder.
Bolder.
God bless.
God bless America. God bless America. God bless America. God bless America. You did it, Johnny. You did it again. Another strong State of the Union.
And 1776 has not ended. It still continues because the flame of liberty and independence still burns in the heart of every American patriot. And our future will be bigger, better, brighter, bolder, and more glorious.
Did he say bolder?
Did Trump say bolder or bolder?
That was what was reported.
So very interesting. Don't know really. Don't say this. Does everyone look in? The problems want to be served. New hot banger music from Candidate John.
I see.
Today's Tuesday or Wednesday. You know the date.
How much did Trump win Texas by in 2024?
He won it by 13.8 points.
So literally, Nathaniel, he won Texas by 14 points. And you don't think that they shouldn't offend what would that be? 63% of voters that voted for Donald Trump. You don't think Tallarico would need any of them to win the Senate race?
No, because they believe in I call it the blue state myth of them being a non-voting state, when that's actually not true. There have been studies done that show that the non-voting electorate of Texas, they're not Democrats. They're not socially liberal. They're actually socially conservative. And I looked at multiple studies that show this. So this is why I'm like, y'all believe that the crock of shit that Miss Crock is selling from her crock pot. And what I mean by that is her whole sentiment and I'm running because I'm going to get these voters who never vote to come out and vote. It's about turnout. It's about, I don't need Republican votes. I don't need that. I don't need to be Republican like I can't sorry vote to win. I'm not going to win that. I'm going to win as a black woman liberal who is a fighter and parts my fight. That's how I'm going to win Texas. No, it's not. The voters that don't come out and vote are not fucking liberals.
Yeah.
They're actually socially conservative. A lot of them are disillusioned. You're not going to make them come out and vote. You don't have an inspiring message that gets them to come out and vote. All you're talking about is fuck Trump, fuck Tallarico, fuck Liz Smith. I'm a victim. I'm a black woman. Trump's sprayed at me because he talks about me and said I'm dumb. And I got MTG out of Congress when you didn't.
The other reason why I have a little bit of distaste for Crockett, I'll just say it like that. I think she knows that that's not true. There's no way that you can be a politician or somebody in the know or somebody who has good guidance or consultants or staff people and not know that non-state stuff is a myth. So why would you build campaign messaging around that? I don't like that.
I agree. I think she's being selfish. I said that since she entered the race. I feel like she's selfishly running, and she shouldn't be. And I don't know what she gains from this because I think it's too clear, and she has too many, I would assume, smart people on her staff to think she's going to win. So I feel like this whole thing was very self-serving. Maybe y'all are right. It's like a personal branding type situation that comes from all of this.
Yeah, and DLC, do you remember when she said at the Breakfast Club just 2 months ago? Honey, I thought about leaving Congress, and if this case I worked on before I got in Congress in 23, if they end up settling, and I'm not supposed to take that money, so I'll resign and take those millions. She said this on the Breakfast Club. She doesn't actually want to be in Congress. This is what the answer there was, which I agree with. This is her way out. She can go out on high and say, I was the first black woman nominated to run for Senate as a Democrat in Texas. And she can get up there and get her Shirley Chisholm on and get a consultant gig for crypto like Kirsten Sinema just did who got voted from Congress. Or she can go work for him now. She can write a book, right? Or she can get her own podcast, right? She's going to do all of these things. And then she's going to talk about a big comeback in 2030 when she goes up against Ted Cruz.
Yeah.
Right?
And nobody believed me when, well, like people didn't believe me when I said when I lived in 30 that I did not see Crockett. I looked for events actively. There were very few. And when there were events, she often sent representatives. I think a part of why Freddie Haynes makes a lot of sense is because he will be in the district. He is already visible, and I just think that transition from megachurch pastor to congressperson for him is going to be a lot easier than it was for Crockett to be whatever she was into congressperson. I just don't think that she liked to be in the district a lot.
I agree with you. She didn't see her constituents much at all. Like they talked about it. People in her district said, she's never here.
Wasn't there? Would send rep.
She doesn't do any town hall. She's only done it because she's running for Senate. It's funny that Tyler Rico, as a state representative, has done more town halls than a sitting member of Congress. Tyler Rico is, quote, MAGA friendly because you can turn a MAGA voter into a voter that would go for a Democrat. So,
these people, I'm convinced they don't care about what you. It's just
they don't know what they're talking about.
Put your middle finger up to MAGA, if you will.
Yeah. It's just weird. Like, why would you say, why? It's just actually retarded. In your brain, how do you win a Trump plus 13 state? Y'all are talking like this state is Georgia. Are y'all dumb? Why don't you just look up the PVI, the Partisan Voter Index? Do you know what that means? Can someone do the Google, without Googling, explain to me what Cook Political's PVI is? What does that mean? What is the elasticity of the state? What does that mean? You know how states have different likely are, safe are. What does that mean? Why are y'all arguing with people who actually know what they're talking about? It's just weird. Just really weird. I would not be dumb enough to say, you know what? No, don't answer your honor because I know you know. Why are you arguing with people? Well, you don't even. How much did Trump win Ohio by? 10, 9, 8, 11 points. How much did Trump win Iowa by? 10, 9, 8, 13 points. How about Alaska, Texas, and Florida? 10, 13 points as well. How about Montana? Right? Kentucky. Do you all even know what you're talking about? I'm not trying to be an asshole. I'm just being honest. Like, it's very strange. You're talking about a woman who I loved before she ran for Senate, who was in a T plus 30 district that got moved 4 miles west of her. That didn't move in her district now. I don't live in my district anymore. Cool, it doesn't matter. Fucking, whatever her fucking name is, MMM in, was it Marion, whatever the fuck her last name is, in Iowa's first congressional district. She doesn't live in her different district. She's been there for like 3 terms. Don't matter. We're talking about someone who is from a T plus 30 district, who only has Dems that follow her and support her, who is the villain of MAGA in their mind, trying to run and win over the president they voted for. But here's the thing, she's not trying to run and win the vote, despite them being necessary to win over to win the state. Like, it's not even a. We're not talking about. I'm actually taking the facts. She has Texas is a non-voting state where there are these national liberals who set out every